How is it going? Welcome. It is the RambleCast. It's December 8th because time is still linear for us. So, how is everyone doing today? For those of you who are Android Police people, or Android TV. Why did I say Android Police? For those who are Android TV people, man, it's actually been a big day for news. Yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah. Sorry, I'm going solo tonight. Corbin couldn't make it. He's gonna be sleeping, from what I understand, or at least trying to sleep. Wow, I just had one of those stupid moments where I crack open a bottle of water to drink and realize I haven't quite finished this bottle yet. But hey, no harm done. I'll just move that one far enough away and put this one in between. Look at that, I have a strategy. So, hey Diablo, how's it going, man? Hope all of you are doing well. Anyway, yeah, so technically I prepared several topics. Fair warning, I'm actually probably going to fly through most of these really quick because there's not a lot to say individually about most of them. But I'll start with the drama. Oh, the hot drama. Because how do you not? Many of you may remember the good old Roku YouTube dispute that's going on. The hot tea about these two fighting over supposedly Google wanting tons and tons of information. Google wants a ton of information. And if they don't get it, Roku would lose the YouTube app. They already lost the YouTube TV app, I believe. Basically, bad times for Roku. Not great times for Google and YouTube. They would lose, in theory, a lot of viewers, but in truth, they really wouldn't. I've said this before, like, Roku was only going to not be able to distribute the app anymore. It would not have pulled the app from existing Roku TVs. And strictly speaking, let's be honest, some people would probably hack YouTube on there. A lot of other people would have just found a different way to watch YouTube. Either their smart TV, hey Austin, how's it going, man? But they would have either used a smart TV or they would have rolled with any number of other set-top boxes, all of which have YouTube. So if, I know not everybody has multiple set-top boxes, but so many people do. I think realistically, it just would not have been that big of an issue for YouTube. But for Roku to lose YouTube, that would have been honestly devastating. Roku needs YouTube to survive. And honestly, I have a feeling Google probably was negotiating from that position. There are no real details. I mean, you read through this and all that you really get is they came to an agreement, quote, a multi-year agreement, and it basically just confirms YouTube and YouTube TV are going to be available on Roku. That's pretty much the story. Since Google wanted more prominent placement, more visibility, things like that, my hunch is that Roku's probably giving in on at least some of Google's demands. We'll see what happens. According to Roku, Google was demanding that YouTube have like literal dedicated space in the screen for searches. So if someone searches for anything, all the other services might be kind of lined up. But YouTube was going to have like a dedicated section next to it. Supposedly that was one of the demands. There were others. I don't remember all of them, but yeah. I have a feeling Roku probably gave up on at least some of the stuff they were pushing back on. Diablo, exactly, yeah. Roku had to be nervous on this one because obviously they waited to the basically 11th hour. It was down to the last day or two and they're like, all right, fine, let's just give in on whatever it's going to take. Honestly, I'm a little surprised that Google didn't pull a dick move and be like, well, we don't know, maybe they did, but I wouldn't be surprised if Google was sitting there like, all right, you waited this long, we're actually now going to make you work harder for it. Like, we're now going to we're going to press you even harder because you waited to the last minute. Now we know that you were desperate. I don't know. Anyway, so for Roku owners, this is good-ish news. Probably good news. I doubt there's any real true downside to this for Roku owners. And for the rest of the world, 0 Fs were given. Sorry, I'm not a Roku user. I don't care about this, but I do think it is very, very, very funny that they had to have this fight go public. Roku clearly wanted this out in the public. Like, they wanted this in the open. And I would say at the end, all this did was make YouTube and Google look a little tiny bit worse, and it makes Roku look weak. So, you know, sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it does. Like, Roku tried bluffing. They failed. Now here they are kind of eating it. Though, you never know. Down the road, multiple years from now, maybe this will be one of the things that people use when they're saying, hey, Google and YouTube kind of evil or monstrous. You never know. Anyway, so there's that. I don't think there's much else to say on that. But moving into other device news, still on the TV segment though, NVIDIA Shield is going to be getting its Android TV 11 update. Now, of course, Android TV is always notoriously way, way behind everything else, so, you know. Android 12 just isn't out yet for Android TV in the sense of, like, no one's distributing it. But the Shield is finally catching up to Android 11, and the kind of mind-blowing thing here is it's going to be going to so all the models except for Darcy. Darcy, by the way, is a 2017 model. Or wait, was it 2017? I don't know, whatever. It's not the original. It's actually the second model. Now, Darcy will probably get included in this eventually. That's my guess. But the original model of Shield TV is actually going to be getting Android 11, which, at least that's the going expectation. And based on this, I mean, these are the updates that thing has had. From Android 5 all the way to Android 11. Seriously, that is insanity. I mean, you can look at the SDK numbers all the way from SDK 21 to SDK 30. That is mind-blowing. 9 versions, effectively. So, yeah. Just wow. A lot of wow factor there. Wait, is that 9 versions? Something about that seems wrong. So we had 5.5.1. Were there any other? And I'm not saying total releases. I'm just saying total. Technically, it's total SDK versions, though. That seems wrong. Did they skip a version in there for some reason? I don't know. Somewhere in there, that math is iffy. But still, that's 7 total releases. 7 total major updates to the Shield. So, cheers to NVIDIA. Whatever the hell they're doing. I think this raises some questions about why is it worth it to them to keep this updated? And I've actually got a bit of a theory on this. It's a weird theory, so bear with it. But I'm wondering if NVIDIA thinks that if they stop supporting the original Shield, that they'll lose customers who will go to other devices. As in, it's better for them to keep this one updated and functioning. And if they, like, they might actually lose people who would then, if there aren't still updates coming, they would go to something else, at which point NVIDIA would lose the ability to I don't want to say advertise to them, but possibly roll out other services or functions, things that could become profitable or useful. I don't know. That's the best theory I have. But either way, this is still now, without question, the longest supported Android device in history. I mean, it already was, but NVIDIA just keeps pushing the line further and further. And hey, David, how's it going, man? So, I don't even know what to make of this. Clearly, NVIDIA is just now the truest rock star there ever was. So, at least assuming this is true, technically this is a rumor, but it's happening. You know, you can tell the sourcing is solid. There's no reason to assume it won't be happening. Anyway, yeah, I'm thoroughly in favor of NVIDIA. Cheers to those guys. They're doing solid work. Let's see. Again, way better than the Nexus player. Oh my god, the Nexus player. Jeez, that thing. Yeah, that did not get a good... I mean, technically it got its mandatory support cycle, but I don't think it got beyond that. I could be mistaken. It's been a while. It's been a long time, but yeah. NVIDIA, man. Honestly, if anything else, I think this is like the greatest ad for NVIDIA. If they support other devices anywhere near this long, that's just nothing but win. The question is, will they continue supporting devices for this long? And also at this point, a small part of me kind of actually almost wants to see, and they got to do this right, but a small part of me kind of wants to see NVIDIA come out and say, hey everyone, we really, really love this device, we support this device, but the day has come we finally have to stop supporting it. Like, I want them to just come right out and say we have to stop supporting it, and then point to a specific hardware limitation, saying outright, like, we would support it, but we can't for such and such reason. Because if they do that, like at this point, I swear it's actually going to make NVIDIA look better when they finally stop supporting something, because they'll just straight up say, like, if they straight up say it, like, it comes across as honorable. It's a respectable move. Other companies, they stop supporting something and it's like, oh my god, what terrible companies. At this point, NVIDIA can actually do better when they finally acknowledge that they have to stop supporting this device. Hopefully they don't have to stop supporting all of the devices in the chain, but you never know. It's tough to predict. Let's see. Speaking of updates, yeah, Google. Oh, wait, sorry. I wanted to hit this one first. So, a couple of things related to Google's updates. The Chromecast with Google TV just got an update that cleared some of its storage usage. I don't really have a lot to say on this. I just think it's kind of funny that a device notorious for having used way too much storage, of an already very limited 8 gigabytes of onboard storage, like, it chewed up, what, 4 of that out of the gate? Something like that. Yeah, it needed any savings it could get. Let's see. Oh, reading comments. David, now if they could make a gaming phone. You know, now that Qualcomm has come out with their reference design for a gaming device, part of me just wants to see NVIDIA pop up and be like, oh, that's cute. Look what we can do. And I want to see them put out something that just absolutely shames Qualcomm's. I don't know that they will. It's because that really competes with the Switch, and I think they don't want to do that. But you never know. It would be interesting to see. Diablo, thanks Google, still no multiple profiles. Yeah. I don't... Honestly, why? Why not? Also, they were going to. Like, there's a... That feature is supposed to be there. I wrote about that, in fact. What? I kind of forgot about this. Let's see. Google TV, Cody Tunes. I'm pretty sure I wrote about that. Yeah, for all the streaming addicts in your house, personalized multi-user profiles and watch lists are coming. This was supposed to be... Where is it at? The rollout of personalized profiles and glanceable cards in ambient mode is, quote, coming soon. Yeah, even I had to write the coming soon because they didn't tell us. Beginning with Chromecast with Google TV. So I don't have one. Can it? I'm assuming that this hasn't rolled out. I don't actually know. But it was supposed to then show up to Sony TVs, and I know I don't have it on mine yet. Now, to be fair, I have the first Sony TV that had Android TV, and it undeniably is not getting super great support. This is like the worst supported TV, but I do wonder, has this actually come out? I'm assuming it hasn't. A newer article said delayed. Yeah, come on. And it's funny because I communicated directly with a PR person on this. I asked questions that, funny enough, nobody else seemed to ask. This, by the way, is why you should have developers working at sites, because they know to ask some of the questions that a lot of people didn't think about. But I asked a lot of questions, and it was clear that this was like a first iteration of profiles, and they didn't quite have their crap worked out. But I figured they at least had it close enough. Now a little part of me is wondering if my questions might have prompted them like, oh crap, we forgot to solve these problems. Maybe we should solve these first. That'd be funny. Let's see. Diablo, they should have never said anything until it was ready. Yes. Well, okay. I don't fully agree with that. I half agree with that. Here's the thing. If they had announced it in the sense of, hey, here's the thing we're working on. It is definitely coming in the future. We just don't have it ready yet. Like, you can come right out and announce stuff and just say, look, it is in the polishing stages. We're trying to work out the details, but it's just not there yet. If you can come out and say it, people are okay. People understand it's in the works. They don't respect it when you just straight up say, or if you don't say anything at all, people just won't respect you thinking that you aren't working on it. That happens. I mean, it happens all the time. Look at how people have felt about Android Wear, because the assumption for years has been no one's working on it. And when something comes out that's really tiny, that's how people continue to feel about it. They think no one's working on it. Not really. And then when a major update is supposedly coming, we still don't know if it's actually that big of an update or not. I'm just saying, like, Android Wear is the poster child for you gotta communicate with people if you want them to stay interested. So yeah, hopefully this is getting the full treatment. There's a lot of stuff, whole lot of stuff that I think they were missing from the first version of this for Android TV, or rather Google TV specifically. Hopefully they're gonna do more. We'll see. It could be good, it could be bad. But the fact they're delaying it could either be great news or terrible news. I think we'll just have to wait to see how that pans out. I'm just adjusting the size of that window so that it doesn't chop off names of comments in the playback. So, yikes. Just all the yikes. Where... Okay. Finding it so I can go back to the right tab correctly. So yeah, anyway, so they shrank the storage consumed by this update. They also added the let's see. Nope, not that. Okay, it was the, damn it. Come on. So it's this, the uninstall apps section. The thing is, you could already do this. Yes, this is a slightly cleaner interface, kind of, but you could already do this. I certainly uninstalled apps on the Walmart device. You could do it, it just wasn't as clean. So, yeah, good that they have it there. It's more accessible for the people who aren't super familiar. But hey, it is what it is. Also, I think it bears calling out because this is, in my opinion, kind of a bit of a flub. As this article points out, the patch doesn't bring Android 12 or Android TV 12. So that version just came out. I guess we'll pop over to that post too. So that's great, but it's gonna be like, it only came out for, I believe, the ADT3. Yeah, the ADT3. I know that the whole purpose of the ADT3 is to be able to get software early, test it, etc., etc. It feels weird to me that the Android TV, or sorry, I'm just gonna call it Sabrina. I still hate the Chromecast with Google TV name. So it still feels weird that there's a device from Google, and maybe this is fine. I don't know. I'm a little undecided on this, but it still feels weird that there's a device from Google that is supposed to get fast updates, and almost by intent, it's going to be one of the slowest devices to get updates. That feels weird to me. So, I don't know. We'll see. I kind of just wish that they would push those updates a little faster. Austin, I think Google needs to make an expansion box for Sabrina, give it storage and a few USB ports, and it could make a decent setup. Sell to enterprise for Google Meet. Okay, so about that, you correct me if I'm wrong, because I do remember people doing it, but you can just use a USB hub with Sabrina, right? That's still a thing, I'm pretty sure. It has to be connected with an OTG? Yeah, OTG cable. But you should be able to do that, right? Obviously that's clunky and not ideal, but it should be a thing. That being said, honestly, yeah, that is not a bad idea. Some sort of expansion so that you can attach a hard drive. Just something that is physically well designed to go on Sabrina would actually be a neat thing. I don't know that it would make killer money, but it would be a good idea. It would make enough. And if you made it so that it worked with future devices sufficiently, you have a hub and there are some weird hardware things. Okay, I believe it. Yeah, make some. I agree though. Make that an accessory, and I know that this isn't something they would ever specifically purposefully say, but make it future-proof. Design it so that it fits nicely in line, and design it around the idea that it is going to work with future devices, that like a Chromecast with Google TV 2 or an Ultra or whatever they'll end up calling it. I fully agree with this. That's actually a good idea. It would sell. Not huge numbers, not super fast, but there are people who would want it. But the idea of putting a webcam into it, that is interesting. All right. Anyway, let's see. Diablo. Google just needs to beat up some app makers to optimize cache better. I don't know. Cache does not seem like the place where their storage issues are huge. Obviously, yeah, they could be more efficient. But the thing is, when you're talking about a streaming platform or a TV platform, is I guess better to say, caching becomes a little bit like that's a thing that's always going to have kind of a consistently sustained large amount of cache, but never huge amounts of cache usage. And keep in mind, Android does like the purpose of cache is to specifically delete stuff as you need more storage. So in the event that any one app has a ton of stuff sitting in cache, some other app comes along, starts using up a bunch of space, Android will just go delete stuff that's in the other cache folders. They're happy to do that. So I think this is probably not that big of an issue. It could be, it could not be, but I'm inclined to think that's probably not where the problems are. I suspect where the problem is a lot of app developers just don't put a lot of attention on their Android TV apps. You don't have to. That's, not to say it too cynically, but it's really easy to do that. To make an app not optimize it super well, and then nobody cares. And a big reason nobody cares is how many apps do you actually have installed on any Android TV device? The normal user, strictly normal users, probably install, they already would have YouTube. They're probably already going to have Netflix. They might install HBO Max. They might install Amazon Prime. Oh wait, but is that even on? Is that on there? Now I actually don't remember. But yeah, they're going to install a few apps. It's not very many. The amount of storage, honestly, for most people is fine. It's just some people. Anyone who wants to install a game, you're really SOL. Anyone want to install like all the streaming apps? Obviously you're not going to literally install all of them, but anyone who wants to install like 10 streaming apps, that kind of sucks. Do you want to load stuff right onto the device to play locally through like VLC? You're screwed. Like, these things don't work. But honestly, I feel like it's not that big of a deal for most people. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't really have any real way of knowing. Let's see. Reading through comments. Diablo. Sabrina is definitely in the weird feels section. I agree. Hope they do more updates once it gets to 12. Austin, yes, have the hub. Diablo. The only reason I wanted the darn dongle was fast updates by Google and hide behind my TV nicely. Yeah. First off, just quickly commenting on the Walmart on 4K streaming box. It does bug me a little bit. I have that thing sitting out. I have it sitting in the most awkward place attached to my TV. I really do just need to get like some Velcro strips and just stick it to the back of the TV. This is what I recommended doing in my review. Like, this was literally my review suggestion, was go buy some Velcro, stick it to the back of the TV. I never actually did the thing I suggested. I need to. Part of the reason, though, is I keep thinking I'm going to end up moving it. I just put it there because if there's a reason why the Shield doesn't work, I want this other device to be there as a backup. Because I'm not using it in any other room right now, so it just makes sense. But I still kind of prefer the Shield. So, no particular reason. I just do. But yeah, anyway. It does feel weird Google doesn't push updates faster to that device. Though we don't know, it hasn't been out long enough to necessarily say that it's bad. We just don't know if it's going to be good. That does actually bring up the subject, though, of the on 4K. Will that device be getting an update to Android 12? Or has Walmart or whoever made it, I now forget the company, but whoever made the on 4K, are they now going to like basically abandon that thing? Because a part of me suspects they will. Let's see, Diablo. Every time I look at the Play Store I can't speak. Every time I look at the Play Store on the device, it's always bothered with updates. Bothered? Or and I only have to clear cache to fit some of them. Oh, that's weird. It should be better about clearing cache automatically. Wonder if the Play Store needs more aggressive pushing. I wonder if the Play Store can't trigger a cache clearing. That seems weird. Anyway, let's see. The one in your living room has one or two more apps than the one in the bedroom, so that one has the issue, but the one in the bedroom is fine. Wow. Huh. I mean, it is a small amount of space. There's no denying that. But to me, that sounds like probably the one in the bedroom is. Sorry, it sounds like it's probably like there's a threshold in there somewhere where it just doesn't know or something. I don't know. Not quite sure. Anyway, so closing that, we'll come back to that in a moment. And the final note on Androids or Android TV, just because, like, this is just to mention it since this also just happened in the last week. Like, this has been set-top box week, I swear. But yeah, Google is committing that they're going to start sharing more details about their Android TV updates, the same way that they do with security bulletins for regular Android updates. I have nothing to say about this. I'm literally just mentioning it because it happened. There's no story here. Diablo might be bugs. Yeah, actually, that would make sense. It's very possible that there's just some bugs that would get worked out. Seeing as how that update just came out, I'm kind of curious, will you be able to install it? If you're having space issues on the one in the living room, will it even be able to install that update without you uninstalling apps or clearing cache or something? I feel like that one's going to maybe force you to actually do it manually. Oh, Google wasn't taking update or the security bulletin seriously before. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to hate on them for this particular thing, but yeah, evidently, well, not evidently. We knew that this was a thing. There were security bulletins for major, or for not for major, but for each Android release, but they didn't ever specify separately stuff having to do with Android TV. So it's good that they're doing this. And like, it cheers to them for covering that sort of issue. That's good. It's just one of those things, like, you don't necessarily think too much about it. Android TV doesn't get as many updates typically, or rather you don't hear about them or see any signs of it. You certainly don't get them to the device as readily. So let's see. Yeah, they're acknowledging stuff. I imagine this is stuff that's all separate from the regular Android releases. I mean, this is a full security bulletin. So they're covering Android TV. Looks like the rest of this stuff, there's hard to tell. But okay, hey, it's a dedicated section for Android TV. So they closed two major, one was even critical security. Yikes. All right. So they closed a couple of things. That's great. Oh, the remote service. That's the new remote service they just launched too. That thing is such garbage. I don't like it. There's things I do like about it, but I mostly don't like it. At least the app. Like, the service might be fine. It seems to actually maybe a little better. But the app has just been trash. Anyway. So, yeah, I'm going to go with the general. It's good. More transparency, even if no one's really going to be watching it that closely. More transparency is good. So I'm just gonna kind of be a troll about this one. Moving topics, we're finally free of the set-top box related stuff. I just saw this and I feel like it bears saying, as a PSA, don't indulge this. There are a bunch of companies that are all going to be pushing NFTs to games. Don't indulge it. Don't support this. Tell companies to F off. Please. I'm sorry, but no. NFTs are kind of stupid in this way. This is chasing the dumbest sort of thing. Diablo scams, I tell you. Yeah, pretty much. So I didn't bother reading all the details here because a lot of it's been kind of leaked or talked about in the last few weeks anyway. But Ubisoft is going to be launching NFTs in Ghost Recon Breakpoint. You will be able to get supposedly unique collectible in-world cosmetics. I have a feeling that's going to be probably about as special and unique as the monkeys on Twitter. Oh, didn't I have something to talk about last week? Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. There were multiple topics I wanted to hit, but I'm not sure which one. Now, I'm so much stuff I've been working on in the last week. My brain is a little scrambled. I'll try to remember what that is. Are they like NFTs in the metaverse? Honestly, I don't really know I don't remember what the metaverse story with NFTs was. I never really looked into that. All the metaverse stuff that has come out, I've just ignored. I feel like that is the dumbest thing that is just going to go nowhere. Like, it is going to be the hardest flop ever. Sort of like, I mean, here's Facebook, a company that does tons of traffic, but has widely failed to attract young audiences. And now they're trying to launch a thing, presumably, like, I mean, it's obviously not out yet, but they're pushing this thing that's going to have two experiences, one for people with VR headsets and one without, which is already going to turn off a bunch of people. They're going to be launching a thing that it's not like your existence as a Facebook user is going to kind of transition to this. I'm sure it will to some extent, but like, if you're not even using Facebook much, Metaverse is really only going to be an attractive thing for like 15 minutes. You're going to want to check it out and then like blow it off. And unless they really have some like killer feature, something that drags people into it. I just don't see it going anywhere. I feel like this is going to be the thing that everyone said Google Plus was, where people load it up and then lose interest in it after like 15 minutes. That feels like the future of metaverse. But hey, you never know. Maybe they've got something really, really cool. But even if they do, it's also still going to be Facebook, which is going to leave a lot of people feeling really, really sketchy about it. And still, think of who uses Facebook. I know this is not universal, but a whole lot of Facebook users are... There's no kind way to put it. They're older. They're not old necessarily, but they're older. And at this point, a lot of them don't want to make the switch to something. They're happy with Facebook that they have. They don't want anything new. Austin, you like how Facebook basically stole the meta name? I mean, hey, they stole everything else. I mean, literally, the very first version of Facebook was, before it even had the name Facebook, was literally some douchebag stealing photos of people. I mean, come on. Anyway, David Lama, does AP run off AWS? It used to have some connections to AWS, but I don't think it does anymore. Ever since we switched to... ever since Valnet acquired AP and moved a bunch of services to its own stuff, I'm pretty sure everything runs off of this company's own servers. I could be wrong. I'm not totally sure, but I think that's how it works. Because it's a fairly large company with a lot of hosting around the world. Or at least I believe it is. I guess I don't know. They're not very transparent with us, but I don't think we had any troubles with AWS when it went down. But I'm not totally sure. However, that being said, APK Mirror, I believe, uses AWS. I could be wrong, but I think it still uses AWS for some stuff. It also uses Cloudflare for a ton of stuff, so when Cloudflare goes down, APK Mirror is turbo screwed. When anything else goes down, meh, not too big of a deal. Oh, okay, this is totally random and irrelevant, but I just glanced over at a tab that I've had open since before starting the stream. I didn't look closely at it, but it was my YouTube subscriptions list, and I just noticed I just noticed something that stood out to me. This video right here, 4Color has tried to fix bad lighting. I could be wrong, but my hunch is that this is the same thing that actually got started by, I don't think it was Andrew Wong, but maybe it was. Anyway, Andrew Wong did this thing. It was 4 music producers take a song and basically remix it into something completely different. And what would they do with it to add their own style and whatever. And basically it was just a like 20-minute thing where each person talked about how they chopped up and did different stuff with this music. They all use the same song and chop it up in their own way. So each one would talk about their thing, then play their track. I'm kind of wondering if that's what he's doing, because honestly it was actually a lot of fun watching that. Anyway, so I may watch that as soon as I get, or as soon as this is over. All right, but anyway, yeah, so what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, pretty much done with the AWS thing. I think I'm done bashing on Facebook and Meta, because there's just so little to say about it. I feel like there will be more to say when there's actually a thing you can try. In the meantime, all the stuff that they've shown, it basically just looks like a bad version of Second Life. And which, from what I understand, Second Life is still going. But it's not like anyone talks about it or cares anymore. That was a flash in the pan, like, temporary neat thing, I guess. I never used it, but it was a thing, it happened, and then it just kind of went away. I feel like that's the story for it. Alright, anyway, so on NFTs, actually, I didn't have a whole lot more to say on this. I'm just kind of doing the public service announcement. Please don't indulge this. Also, there's something to me that's kind of funny about this. Presumably, these NFTs that Ubisoft is going to be releasing, at least I believe, are pretty much along the lines of, hey, if you join this game's beta, you get to have an NFT. And I suspect that the idea here is, if you have this NFT, you will also then have the advantage in some way, shape, or form of being able to get discounts or benefit in some other way for having it. But the whole point of this is that you'll be able to exchange or trade, move this NFT around to other people. So some other person comes along and is like, hey, I want to be able to say that I was in this game's beta. All they have to do is buy or trade for this NFT. That feels to me like a really weird economic in this way. Like, I don't know. Something about this seems wrong. I mean, I'm the first person who was in favor of the idea for, hey, go ahead, make tokens available for people to be able to say that they were the first in this group or family of things. Cheers to that. I think that actually makes sense. I'm also down for the idea of, go ahead, mint NFTs that basically are a you belong to this club sort of thing. And if somebody wants to say, like, sell their position in the club, okay, I don't see a problem with that. But, big but, I don't see a reason why you want to cross both lines at the same time. I don't know. Something feels off about that. And the mere fact that Ubisoft is doing this could just as easily have been a badge. Like, they have badges. There's no reason that this couldn't just be a badge on your account. The only thing this does is it changes it so that you can now trade your badge to somebody else. And I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense. Also, let's see. Really quick. Ubisoft calls it, or Digits, sorry. That's what they're calling it. Playable in a AAA game. I swear I read somewhere that this was going to be a beta, or just something they're handing out with a beta. Oh, I was just about to search for it. Digits can be claimed through Ubisoft Quartz when the platform's beta launch begins December 9th. Also available same hour, blah, blah, blah. Ubisoft said free Digits drops will occur December 9th, 12th, and 15th to reward only early adopters among players. The newly launched Quartz website has more on eligibility and registration. Okay, so quick look. I wonder, do you have to own the game, or is this a beta that you can possibly sneak your way into in other ways? What I'm really curious about is, would you be able to own like a single copy of the game, and create like a crap load of accounts so that you can get multiple copies of the same digits? Or is there a way that you can get a bunch of these? Because honestly, I think the funniest thing that anyone can do is just go through and harvest crap loads of these. Tons and tons of these. Yeah. Okay, I don't see anything in a quick skim, though I could have skipped over something. But yeah, I'm curious if someone's going to start harvesting these just so they can trade them off. And it would be hilarious if someone does it and floods the market. But yeah, we'll see. That would be freaking awesome if somebody floods the market with these things. Anyway, I maintain, please don't indulge this. David Lama, I'm looking forward to Techathon. Forgot you're making an appearance. I saw that Corbin is. So, no, I should be on there. That is still part of the plan, though. There's not much... I haven't seen much said about it. Our Discord server for Techathon has not had anything said in... Well, I guess it's been a little over a week, but... let's see... Really quick, has the schedule changed or anything happened with it? I don't think so, but I'm taking a quick look. Where's it at? I have to unmark all those calendars so I can actually see things. Okay, so we're still starting at 3 p.m. on Saturday. That's December 18th. I don't know if I'll be in the stream opening. A lot of this stuff isn't super clear on how it's being handled, but then I'll probably join the Jackbox Party Pack event that's from 3:30 to 4:30. These are my times in Pacific time, so calculate for your time zone as needed. I won't be in the Counter-Strike session. I'll probably join for the discussion chatting session from 5:30 to 6:30. And it looks like everything after that I'll probably skip. What the hell? What is this? Okay, there's one I'll look into. That might be good. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably not going to be in a whole lot of these, to be fair, but I'll probably join for at least I'll join for at least the discussion chatting session from 5:30 to 6, and probably Jackbox. Let's see, on Sunday there's a stream opening at 9 a.m. Wow, didn't realize it was starting so early. And then there will be a session with Florence Ion. I don't know what that's supposed to be about, like how that's being run. So I have a funny feeling that's probably not open to anyone that wasn't already part of setting it up. There's a Jackbox session. I can't say words today. But there's a Jackbox session from 12 to 1:30. And then another half-hour discussion coming at the very tail end at 2:30. Though I guess it won't be half-hour. It'll just go until it finishes. I may join that one. So yeah, I'm probably not going to be in any of the gaming stuff because most of the gaming stuff requires a Windows PC. And as previously discussed, not exactly a thing I have. let's see. In theory, no, I wouldn't do that either. Okay, yeah, so probably not a whole lot of stuff. We'll see. It occurs to me, I probably could have just shown the calendar while I was looking at it. So let's try to get that. Where is it? Here we go. Okay. So there we go. So yeah. Stream opening. Oops. Alright, I was going to try to highlight them, but I guess I can't do that without it popping up the thing. So the stream opening at 3 may or may not be in that. I will be in the Jackbox Party Pack session. And then the discussion chatting down after the Counter-Strike. Those will probably be the 2 that I'm in for Saturday. And then we'll pop over to this one. This is Sunday the 19th. Opens. I may or may not join the stream opening. I'm not really sure what we're doing with those. May or may not be in the thing with Florence Ion. And then the Jackbox Party Pack, again, probably going to happen. And discussion at the end will probably be a thing. So, yeah, we'll see. There's just not that much being talked about. So, truthfully, I just don't know the things that are going on. They're not being very talkative about any of this stuff, which is kind of odd. Anyway, it is what it is. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I pretty much railed against the NFT stuff enough. I don't have a whole lot to say on it. But speaking of worthless things that don't need to exist, Razer has announced an RGB cooling fan, which, if I recall, did I misread this? I thought this was only for MagSafe, but maybe not. Oh no, I guess not. It will clamp onto a phone. So, yeah, this stupid piece of technology is a thing that will exist. Why? Nobody knows. But I guess if you have a pointlessly hot phone, sure, go ahead. You can attach a fan to it. That's all this is a fan with lights, because that's what everybody wants. I'm sure for gaming phones this actually makes some sense, but I don't know. This feels so dumb. I just saw it and I felt like it needed to be called out. And, you know, don't get me wrong, like, I'm actually a fan-ish. Like, I don't love them or anything, but I actually like the RGB lights on the Razer Hammerhead earbuds that I'm reviewing, which that review should be going up, I think, tomorrow. It'll either be tomorrow or Friday. It's gone through editing. It just has to be entered into our system, and then they'll schedule publishing. Actually, I guess it might go up this weekend. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But, yeah, lights make sense in some products. This is obviously just for gimmick's sake. I don't care, but it is the thing. Would this actually help with glass phones or a phone with a case? Glass phones, definitely it can help, because glass transmits heat. I mean, it's not the best heat conductor in the world, but it does conduct heat decently well. I would imagine on plastic phones this would be a lot worse, because plastic just does not transmit heat at all. It's bad at it. But yeah, metal phones and anything glass should benefit from this. If it has a case on it, honestly, like, not a chance. But to be fair, if you have a phone getting too hot and you have a case on it, just take off the case. Like, the case is the biggest evil you can do to a phone at that point. So, the other possibility, I guess, is maybe if you had a... I don't know. Do they make cases that would function in any way as heat spreaders? Maybe there'd be some value in that. I can't think of much, but yeah, I just don't get the purpose for this. It just feels like a bad idea. But hey, I don't know. Who am I to judge? Maybe this is going to become a thing real soon. I don't think it's going to become a thing, but hey, you never know. Okay, so let's move on. Oh, another returning topic. The the scandals related to phones being broken into. So, for anyone who hasn't heard, the original story was 2 phones in the last recent few weeks were sent to Google, and there are different stories for both, but in both cases, they report that the phones have been broken into by repair people. At least this is the original story. There's a follow-up to one of them. But the story basically claims that the phones were broken into by repair people, and those repair people, or at least RMA people, or someone somewhere broke into the phones, tried looking through pictures and other confidential information. In one of the stories, they used the PayPal app to steal money from someone's credit card. In another story, they were just looking through and trying to steal accounts and stuff like that. In the first story, I'm not sure whose phone it actually was, either the husband or the wife. It sounds like the phone belonged to the wife, but apparently somebody picked out some nudes of the wife and posted them to her Facebook account, which, yikes. Anyway, there has now been a bit of a follow-up here. At least the second story that did not involve the nudes, this was just someone's phone was being snooped in, and the woman who spotted this pointed out that the thief, or whatever they were, was pretty adept at, well, not super adept, but they basically redirected a lot of warnings. They did what they could to hide stuff. They were semi-successful with this project, but not great. Anyway, so she worked with Google, and they figured out that somewhere along the trip from her sending the phone back to before it reached Google, which it apparently never did, the phone was stolen or hijacked, replaced, whatever, and they whoever it was not actually part of the company or Google or anything else. It was just some presumably random thief, or theoretically could have been a FedEx employee. Anyway, yeah, so at least one story has basically been proven not actually Google's fault, or can be blamed on Google. At least presumably. Now, it's still unclear. You know, let's be honest, there's some chance that it technically could still be Google's fault. Very, very indirectly, but probably not. Anyway, it is my hunch, honestly, because let's be honest, it shows up so prominently in this article. There is a very clear reason to suspect someone else is guilty in this story. I'm not going to name who, because let's be honest, it's not like they haven't been guilty of everything this year. I mean, who could have seen this coming? That, you know, a company that's just seems to keep getting things wrong. I won't name the company, that would seem, irresponsible to name the company that just keeps having one L after another all year long. It's not like they aren't a large company. I could certainly name them, but that would be just completely inappropriate and unnecessary to shame the living crap out of said company, because it's not like they can't get things right with the unbelievable millions of dollars of business they do every day. Have I made the point? Am I beating this dead horse a little too much? Anyway, so yeah, my hunch, FedEx lost the damn package, or they didn't have it securely located and somebody knows what to look for and they stole the freaking phone. There you go. That's what seems to have happened. Oh, FedEx. Why, FedEx? Why? Anyway, so that seems to be the update to this story. FedEx lost the phone, or didn't keep it protected well enough. Somebody stole it and went snooping around. Did this happen to two people? Very possible. In fact, judging by this, the likelihood is it has happened to probably dozens of people. This probably is not a 1 or 2 time occurrence. This is probably somebody camping out, having access to RMA packages that they know are going to just be chalked up to another thing that got lost in return. And it's an easy thing to nab, and they might get private information. Chances are they have either a documented exploit, sorry, saw something I needed to read real quick. Either they're using some undocumented exploit, some way to break through the phones, or they're dumping the memory somehow, or who knows what. But yeah, people are definitely, someone is, I suspect, doing this systematically. They're going through, finding phones that are being returned, swiping them, and breaking into them. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're swiping multiple phones, testing them, trying to break in, and then returning them as they get through. It would make sense. It would be almost transparent, and no one's going to care about a phone that just takes a few extra days to get to its destination. And it would be a really, really sneaky way to do business. Let's see. Okay, sorry, I'm quickly reading comments. Diablo, you did see the second story. She said it was lost in transit in a mid-tweet. Okay. That's weird, because all the stories that were covering it originally pointed that at Google. Huh. Okay. I didn't realize she did not acknowledge that up front, but that makes more sense. It sucks Google charges when they don't have the device. It's like, go ask FedEx. So I agree. It does suck, but at the same time, it also makes sense, because if somebody wanted to, all they have to do is send a box that is not that secured, and it would look like somebody swiped the phone out of the empty box. Or, somebody could just send back an actual empty box, and then you have tracking information. You have proof that this thing happened. But Google would then have to eat the losses of not getting that phone back. So there might be reasons why they do this. Let's see. Austin, sounds like the FBI honeypot pixels, or that they should do a honeypot. Yeah, I completely agree. Actually, at this point, this is definitely something the FBI should be involved in. They should probably start sending back some fake RMA devices, work with Google on this, and yeah, try to capture whoever the hell is doing this, because that's a problem. It's very much a very real problem. And yeah, I would love to hear in like 3 or 4 months that they caught whoever did this in some sort of a sting operation, some attempt to actually catch whoever screwed with the RMA process. Diablo going to turn off detailed show lock screen notifications. Not the worst idea. I feel like you can do it for specific apps and you're probably okay. If you turn that off for, well, it kind of sucks, because if you turned it off for text notifications, then you don't get to see people's messages, which is the thing I can't go without. But that's also how you get half of your 2FA messages, is through text. Which, seriously, companies, please stop doing that. Or if you're gonna do it, make it some sort of a backup situation. Don't make that the primary method. I don't want to have to. That sucks. Anyway, Diablo. Yeah, they burned Google the first second, but she wrote it a while back, so you're scratching your head. I was like, how are people coming to conclusion that Google's right away? I knew it was FedEx stolen. Okay. All right. To be fair, I didn't read through the entire series of tweets. I was reading what other people were saying about it. So yeah, that's my fault too. I bet everyone did the exact same thing. We read other people's comments and didn't read her entire story. That being said, to be fair, there probably should be some attempt to further lock down phones that are being sent back. One notable thing, though, is that really gives an incentive. I will say this. That really strongly gives an incentive. Everyone, before they RMA a phone, they should make a adamant point of either turning the phone completely off, powering it down, or they should make a point of holding the power button long enough to force it to reset. If you don't have a screen and don't know how to power it down any other way, holding the button long enough to force it to reset will effectively at least get you back to a fully locked state. So that would help. My suspicion is maybe she sent the phone back, because she said she couldn't do anything on the screen. My hunch is she probably pulled the SIM card out of it. It was probably fully charged or close enough to it. She probably pulled out the SIM card, put it into a box. It was still running, technically running, but in an idle state. And whoever intercepted it probably got it and was like, well, cool. All I got to do is plug in and use this one simple exploit, and they bypass the lock screen. It wouldn't be that tough, actually. I know technically ADB is locked down, but there are ways to get past. Yeah, she had an unlock code, but here's the thing, and I've speculated this for a while. I'm thinking Google probably does have... Now, this doesn't have to be something that Google had. There are other ways to bypass lock screens, but my hunch is that maybe Google's repair service might actually have a tool for bypassing this stuff. You can 100% get past the lock screen if you can get software installed on the phone with the right privileges. So if you can bypass it in one of a few ways, and I'm thinking of several possible ways that this could be done. Actually, I'm at home, so smart lock might screw this up, but that might not work. Wait. She had an unlock code. What phone was it? Do we know? Okay, so she deleted the... Oops. History. Okay, so she deleted that tweet. Sent her 5A. 5A, that... The 5A had a fingerprint reader, right? I'm trying to think. The 5A... It had to have had a fingerprint reader. I wonder if maybe the fingerprint reader on the 5A was as notoriously weak as it is on the 6, where you can... they're different technologies, they should not work, but just hypothetically speaking. I wonder if two similar fingerprint readers... Yeah, it had a rear reader. It shouldn't have had this problem, but you never know. I am wondering a little bit if maybe, just maybe, the fingerprint reader could work with a random few people, and maybe someone was just trying phones with their fingerprints. My first thought is maybe this is something stupid like the Face ID in the Pixel 4 XL, or sorry, Pixel 4. If it was something like the Face ID sort of thing, or Face Unlock, where all they had to do was look at who the phone came from, because the name would have been right there. Look them up on Facebook or something like that. Just bring up a picture of somebody on the screen and trick the phone. Because I know they say that can't work, but it can work. It's not that hard to make that work. Would it be worth it? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, believe me, there are other ways to get by the lock screen. So, did they use any of what I'm familiar with? Probably. Maybe not. It's hard to say, but yeah, how they got by the lock screen would be a question. Whoever did it probably is not an average thief either. That stands out to me. This doesn't seem like the work of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. It's her dog's birthday. Stalker. Anyway. Oh, what is the code you mean? It's her dog's birthday. Yeah, never mind. That'd be hilarious. Also something I would almost totally believe. And hey, maybe that's what they were doing. Maybe they were just grabbing every phone, trying at like looking who it came from, doing a quick search for like the person's birthday or any really notable fact about them, and just typing in codes until they got it. I mean, would it be worth the time and effort that would go into this? B-side won't work a 2D image, shouldn't unlock Pixel 4. First off, that's what they say. It can work. People have literally proven it can work. It's not likely, but it can happen. Second, you can actually, there is actually a trick that you can do. If you take a lens or prism or something like that that bends light, if you put that over the picture of somebody's face, it will create what looks to be more like a 3D effect. This isn't going to be reliable or something you can do very often, but it is something that is doable. So if you do it right, you can trick a camera that's doing this stuff. And I know they're supposed to be doing depth mapping and stuff like that, but it's using an image-based depth map. Well, technically IR, but this is still something that's fakeable. And who knows, maybe they're doing... I can't imagine they're going to the trouble of trying to 3D print somebody's face or some stupid crap like that, but all of this technology sounds really impressive, but honestly, it is not that effective. Also, to be fair, even if they're not using Face ID, again, they could be typing in codes. Just trying different codes until they get through. We don't know what method this person's using. Obviously, they're not using Face Unlock because it's not supported on that phone, but if they're not using the fingerprint reader, this leaves them with whatever code. And the logic remains, they might just be poking codes trying to get through. And if they have a success rate of even 1 in 100, if someone has their Facebook app open for you, or sorry, not Facebook, but their PayPal app, which actually does PayPal, can you get into PayPal without using a biometric? Because I thought PayPal locked down the PayPal had a mandatory biometric. It does. Or is that something you can change in settings? I'm looking right now. Oh my god. Oh, no, there's a settings screen. I was looking under more, and I shouldn't have been. Login and security. Okay, yeah, you're not required to use the biometric. So, yeah, all things considered, she probably should have been, or the first story where someone got ripped off because they left their credit card attached to PayPal and their PayPal app was unlocked. Yeah, that person should have been setting biometrics on PayPal. Which, I mean, hell, I had it set up, and I think it prompted me to set it up. I'm not sure why someone wouldn't. Like, it's so easy to set up a fingerprint or face unlock on your PayPal app. Why not do it? But anyway, unless you need it more secure, in which case have it more secure, but don't leave it unlocked completely. Anyway, so what was the... Yeah, I don't remember whatever else there was on this story. I don't think there's much more to say. The basics come down to sucks for her. She just got stuck in a bad situation. As far as I'm aware, this still doesn't actually answer the situation with the first story. I don't think there's been any follow-up that confirms what happened there, but at the very least, this looks reasonably likely that this is a case of somebody probably stealing RMA devices from FedEx, because FedEx sucks, and they probably got the person's phone in the first story too. That would be my best guess. Anyway, so not much else to say there. Diablo, if it was an L for pattern, that would be funny. I mean, appropriate. Diablo, did she say what lock screen method she used? I don't remember seeing anything about that, but to be fair, again, I didn't read through all of her tweets, so I'm not sure. You'll stop victim blaming. It sucked it happened. I mean, here's the thing. I agree. Victim blaming isn't fair. You know, people make mistakes or don't know to do certain things, and there's that aspect of it. Some people, let's be honest, there are times when victim blaming is deserved. Like, it sucks for the victim. I can still feel sympathy for a victim, but let's be honest, there are times victim blaming is to be deserved. Like, if you go walking through like kind of a shady part of New York City with a literal wad of cash sticking out of your back pocket, very highly visible, maybe not even like it tied up, like maybe just loose bills or something, I'm sorry, but you stupid if you do that. You're begging to either get mugged or pickpocketed, or at the very least someone's gonna run by and just snatch it. Like, you as a victim, you get to be blamed for this. It's okay, you deserve it if you're that clueless. But yeah, somebody's sitting their phone back, they have reasonable assumptions that nothing's going to happen to it, because presumably FedEx should be handling the package securely. Eye roll. And Google would presumably handle it responsibly. It's safe enough to assume Google is going to handle it responsibly. But FedEx, we know better. But in either case, if you know what you're doing, you definitely should take better steps and try your best to make sure your phone is truly secured. Let's see. Diablo, you have a cousin that doesn't want to use their fingerprint. Do they use something else instead? Because there's a problem with every security method. Hey Carson, how's it going, man? Every security method does have at least one problem to it. If you're talking about like fingerprint readers, obviously there are other people with similar fingerprints or whatever. Like, you know, we keep hearing this, and fingerprint readers aren't 100% reliable. If you're talking about face unlock, if your face is anywhere out there, if someone is motivated enough or gets lucky, they can get your face to unlock a phone. If it takes 3D printing your face, some people will do this. If it requires something as easy as the prism trick, which I've seen this work by credible people testing it. If you're testing it with various other methods, like, there are ways to get this stuff working. So who knows? Oh, and then if you're using any sort of unlock method on screen, if you're anywhere near a camera, there's a fair chance somebody can watch a camera feed and figure out what your codes are. Much the same way as people pointed out that if someone takes a picture of a key, you can reproduce a key from a picture. It may not be perfect, it may not be entirely reliable, but if you have a few attempts and again you're motivated enough to do it, you can do it. It's not impossible. So yeah, anyway. Diablo, can you hand deliver to the Texas warehouse if a U-break iFix is not near you? I have a feeling the answer would be no. I bet they would adamantly refuse to let you anywhere near, but that would be a reasonable question. Let's see. Yeah, they use a pin, you just flinch every time they punch it in. I know. Yeah, because someone watching over your shoulder, or again, a camera, like, it's so easy to capture that stuff. I think back to a nightclub that I many years ago used to work in, but then just after smartphones became widespread, I hung out in there, and I remember thinking so many times, wow, you know, there's a security camera in here. I wonder how many people it has watched them punch in their codes. Like, every single person has at some point or another shown shown the pattern or their pin code to that camera. And many people have probably shown pictures to it, text messages, all kinds of stuff. So, you know, security cameras get this stuff all the time. Anyone who really is motivated could see these things. Which honestly I think is a big part of why fingerprint scanners were kind of or biometrics in general were kind of an inevitability. Wait a second. Hold on. I just saw something pop up and I want to see what it is. Oh wait, is it in a different channel? Oh, it must be. How about this channel? Wait, where did it go? Sorry, I saw a Slack notification pop up and it's for something I'm very curious about. Oh, okay. It's not something interesting. It's a reference to an old issue. Okay. All right. Nothing special there. Okay, sorry. I saw something related to Magic Eraser, and it's like, oh, hey, is there some news related to that? I kind of want to see this. But no, nothing. Just something happened to the post we had on our site that had to do with Magic Eraser. Let's see. Diablo. Because if a person complained about one more second on a fingerprint sensor, then what would they think of 2 more for pins or passwords? Yeah, that's one thing that has always gotten me. People complaining about that. Now, really quick, I do want to acknowledge one counterpoint. And it's something some people will take close to home, other people won't. Keep in mind, using your finger to unlock a phone is something that law enforcement has notoriously gone out of their way to make sure they're able to do whenever they can. It's shady and not okay. They've also done it with phones. I mean, there was literally a story, like 3 months ago, 6 months ago, I don't know. It's time ever since 2020 has moved very differently. But there was a story not that long ago about somebody got arrested for questionable reasons, and apparently one of the cops walked up, got the person to goaded the person into walking up to like the edge of the cell, and they literally just the person didn't even realize that the cop was holding a phone. Literally just like that, whipped the phone right up, got the person's face, unlocked it, and said, "Cool, thanks," and walked away. Carson, over the pandemic, you noticed a lot of iPhone users are using pins. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure that, like, if you've got a Pixel 4, I'm sure the same story. Like, everyone with Face ID is just generally had to revert to using pins a lot. Oh, which, hey, at least underscreen fingerprint readers are now a thing, I guess. I was still so good with a rear fingerprint reader. I mean, underscreen is cool, but it's not necessary. I really wish that hadn't become a thing like it did. But yeah, anyway. Just caught a flying bug with my hands. Okay, what else was there? Gotta get back to my actual window that I was sharing. Oh, plus, thirsty. I just realized I've gone for about an hour and a half without taking a sip of water, or since the last sip of water. It is hydration bot time. All right. Now time to restore the original big bottle of water that I cracked open and is all but one sip full. All right, anyway, so enough on this story. I think there wasn't a whole lot left to say. Actually, there was a lot more said than I expected there to be. I have not actually read this one yet. I was just about to head into it, but Android Automotive is getting its version 12 update. And they're promising a new launcher, better management of notifications, a better UI navigation. Like, yay, I guess. I don't know if they already had profiles, actually. Wait, is that mentioned here? Because that alone, already I'm a fan. Okay, I don't see it mentioned, but cool. So to look at it, it does strike me that this feels a lot like kind of what I would have expected. Just visually, it looks sort of similar to Android Auto, but basically, if you sort of Tesla-fied Android Auto. Oof. Wow. What the hell? Why is there a... I don't know about having the debug string right there, but okay. That's a thing. Their UI, I noticed they have the driver thing up there in the top right. Obviously for, I'm assuming changing... well, no. Like, is that for who controls it? Something's interesting there, because they also have driver here in that spot. Very odd. Anyway, I gotta say, I don't know when or if this will happen, but my goal would be to, sometime when Android Automotive makes its way into a car that I'm interested in, I want that to be my next car purchase. I bought one of the moderately early Android Auto cars. I'm now kind of determined I want to get an Android Automotive car. Because I do want the bigger screen. I want a little bit more of what's offered by it. Interesting how they're putting up notifications. So this looks like it's almost more like regular Android than it used to be. Interesting. I want to play with this. I really want to play with this. I haven't had a chance to actually sit down and try Android Automotive. The closest I got was at I/O one year. They had one you could sit down in with, like, that was the pre-release software that wasn't very good. And need a stock Android car. Yes, I do. But yeah, they had something that was not in any usable car. It was only semi-functional. Like, it was one of the early previews, which didn't, you know, that's fine. And I watched it being used, but I didn't really care. I knew that what they were showing off was not a ready for prime time version. This looks closer to something that's good. I want to play with it. But hey, it is what it is. I do love that they have multiple profiles. Especially seeing as multiple profiles is something you can't have on Android TV, but you can certainly have it in your car. And no sarcasm here, that actually is something you need in your car. I do legitimately approve of that. One thing does bother me though, in looking at this. I don't know how large these buttons are, but look at how close together this temperature control is to the home button. Here's the thing, when you're talking about on-screen controls, try it right now. Take your hand and consider how far away the center console is in your car. Take your hand and reach about a foot to the right, and then like a foot forward. That is roughly how far away most people are from their center console. Now try to tap without looking perfectly at it. Remember, you're trying to keep your eyes on the road, or you can glance briefly, but try to tap very precisely on anything. It's not good. It is a really, really bad experience if you have to do that. I complained about this with Android Auto. It's actually mentioned in a couple of my articles about Android Auto, how I really wish they would change the shapes of certain things, because the way you have to hold your arm when you're reaching for stuff, it's tricky to get a perfect touch. They want you to use voice first. Yeah, they do. I'm sure that is exactly a big part of the reason. But this is an issue to me. I don't want to have to make a point of resting my finger or my hand on part of the console below, and then while I reach up and make sure I get a precise touch on the screen. That doesn't work great. So I feel like they probably needed to redesign this. And notably, it is on the other side though. At least the gap. Like the gap between the down arrow and the home button, that is nothing. Assuming that matches where the touch targets are, and it's not just like a bad rendering, that's a problem. Over here, it's better, but not great. It looks like it might just be a padding issue that they'll probably fix. Or who knows, this could even be a Photoshop render. Wait, but these may have been taken from an emulator. Yeah, okay, you can... Yeah, okay, so yeah, this must have come from an emulator. So I bet that this is the current testing version or something like that. Whatever the case, this hopefully is not going to make it into production vehicles. I'm okay with it being in an emulator and testable, but if it's in production vehicles, that reads as a problem. Diablo, you don't like that if the touchscreen breaks, you lose a lot of function. That's true, but there's a massive, massive but to this. Almost everything you can do on the screen, you can do by voice. With reasonable limits. So, that helps. That 100% helps. If something happens to your touchscreen, you're not dead in the water. You're just slightly impaired. It's not like if something happens to the touchscreen on your phone. If something happens on your phone, forget it. Your phone becomes almost useless. Like, aside from voice calling and texting, your phone stops being usable if the touchscreen is cracked. With your car, you can, at a bare minimum, you can do most of your major functions. You can play music, you can still launch navigation, as long as you can see the screen. If the screen will play stuff, you're okay. And Austin and Carson, you're both bringing up physical buttons. By the way, completely agreed, 1000%. I want physical buttons for this stuff. Yeah. I'm okay with the idea that they also give you virtual buttons. I don't think you need to give up real estate to virtual buttons, but if that's what You know, if they do, okay. But I 100% would much rather turn a dial. By the way, give me dials. Buttons are fine, dials are better. For this kind of thing. Give me a dial. A physical dial makes me much, much happier. And it's still going to be, I still want it to be a digital dial, you know. Because physical, like, mechanical dials that give you, like, stopping points suck. Give me a digital dial, and I'm good. It's the same thing that I say about TV remotes. I want physical buttons for certain things because I want to be able to reach them blind. You know. Do I actually have a physical remote here that I can... It's not like anyone here doesn't know what I'm talking about as I say this, but I don't have something to demonstrate with. Anyway, the thing is, with a physical remote, and I'm just using a phone as a prop, with a physical remote, I can find landmark buttons, certain shapes in the remote, and I can move my thumb and find that exact perfect location so that I can trigger whatever thing it is without looking at a remote. With something like the Android TV remote, which I still think sucks, it is an okay way to use it. It's just not that good. With that, I can kind of get it right, but I still miss buttons once in a while. Or I hit the wrong button once in a while, and that sucks. I don't want that happening. You really don't want that happening in a car. It's 10 times worse in a car. David, do you remember the day of MapQuesting your directions? Oh my god, yes I do. That's how I moved to Las Vegas. My car drive down to Las Vegas was entirely done by MapQuest directions. It's... I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but yeah, that wasn't good. I look back on that and I'm so glad that was not a requirement for too much longer. Diablo, we came a long way, thanks Google. Yeah, no kidding. Was I in the 2016 IO linked in the Discord? Let's see. Let's see. 2016 would have been... Hold on. I don't think I was at this one. I think I was at the one the following year. I think 2016 is the one I missed. I'm just looking up the Wikipedia page because, yep. So the first year at Shoreline Amphitheater, I missed that year. So I had been at these 3 years. Wait, is that right? Or did I miss one of those? I'm pretty sure it was at those 3 years. Then I missed that year. Then I went to those 2. So yeah, I've been at IO 5 times. Is that right? I think that's right. And then I missed this one, or chose not to go. I think I could have technically gone, but I wasn't going to spend the money to, like, who wants to pay to go work? That's what I ended up doing at almost all the others. I spent the money to go and ended up just working the whole time. And of course, you know, these weren't things. So, yeah, I definitely missed the 2016 one. And yeah, at this time it was the this one where they had the one you could sit in that was really just kind of a preview. Yeah, that was kind of just that was obviously nowhere near ready in any way. Oh, okay. Just saw another thing that I'm seeing a bunch of messages popping up today, and it's distracting. Actually, I'm just going to close Slack, because the things that I want to look at are all things I can't talk about, so it can sit off on the side. David, can you write off road trips to IO? Well, sorry, not road trips, but trips in general. Yes, I can. Because actually taxes allow, or specifically for writing off trips that are basically for work. So yes, I can write it off on my taxes, but bear in mind, writing stuff off on taxes is just reducing the amount of tax you pay, which is already a pretty small percentage comparatively of what you spent in going. So it still costs me a lot of money to go. I just get to write it off. The thing is, 95% of the people that go to IO, they all write off their trip. Or the trip, the cost of going, they write off the tickets for IO, all of that stuff. Because it is almost always for work. And that all assumes that the company they work for isn't paying for this stuff. If that's happening, obviously they don't have to write it off. But yeah, if you're going to IO on your own dime in any way, shape, or form, chances are it's for work. It is a convention. You can write this off. And if a company is paying for you to go, they're writing it off. But, you know, that still only goes so far. It's not exactly huge amount off your taxes. It just helps. It helps you pay a little bit less. Let's see, skimming back up, Austin. You're always the co-pilot back in those days, the good old MapQuest days. Yep. I was almost always the driver, so I a lot of times had to follow other people's directions. The thing is, 9 times out of 10, I was driving alone, so I'd be sitting there 100% with the map in one hand, steering wheel in the other. You know, every time that I had a decent chance to look at the map without traffic, I was studying that thing like a hawk. And then you get into a busy area and you spend your whole time reading signs, making damn sure that you're trying to take the right exit. And when you take the wrong exit, you pull the hell over and do everything in your power to get back to where you were. Oh yeah, I've done that a lot. I don't miss that at all. I'm thrilled that Google Maps or any other navigation systems exist. By the way, I used very, very extensively, I used a TomTom that connected to a Windows mobile device back before Windows phone stuff. Actually, I think the first one I had worked with Pocket PC. Anyway, yeah, I was using a GPS for navigation back when it was not that cool yet. And even like that still had problems, but at least it worked. And oh my god, that was a lifesaver when I lived in Vegas. By the way, I said that I used MapQuest to get down to Vegas. I did, but the main trip was decided through MapQuest, but I also used the GPS for parts of it because I needed to. Let's see. Awesome. Rip Daydream. I mean, how many people miss it? We had a sense of community back then, harassing people for directions. Oh yeah, I remember. It is funny now that I think about it. People used to stop and like roll down the window and, you know, gesture to you like to do the same. I remember so many people flagging me down and saying, hey, do you know how to get to such and such whenever you're stopped at a stoplight? People would always ask you, hey, do you know how to get this place or that place? That stopped happening. And I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy about that. I'm happy people aren't trying to get my attention. I don't have to turn down my music. I don't have to pay attention to who's next to me. I like being able to sit there and reasonably know everybody else has the same ability to get where they're going without asking questions. That's awesome. It also reminds me of a stupid incident years ago. I was with this one girl. We were visiting LA. She was from Thailand. Born and raised there. She moved to the US, and she was going through the immigration process, or had gone through the immigration process mostly. So she was like, none of that stuff had anything to do with anything else. But we were visiting LA, and at one point she tells me that she wants to go to, quote, the place with all the shops. And like, place with all the shops, all the expensive shops. And I'm like, oh, you want to go to Rodeo Drive? And she says, no, that's not it. And so I'm asking more follow-up questions like, okay, give me context. Where is it you're trying to describe? And she didn't know the name of it. And she keeps going, you know, the place with all the shops. And it's like, you're definitely talking about Rodeo Drive. All the really expensive brand shops. Like, where else would you be talking about? And she just kept insisting, no, that's not it. That's not it. And finally, it's like, look, can we just drive there? I'll look it up. I'll find a way to get us there. And she's like, no, I don't want to go all the way to whatever place you're talking about if that's not it. And sure enough, like, I start navigating it anyway. And part of the way there, we stop at a stoplight, and she's like, no, I'm just gonna ask these guys. They'll know. They're like, they know this stuff. Rolls down the window, yells at these two randos in a, I think, Jeep next to us. Where's that, where's the place with all the shops? All the expensive brand name shops. And they yell back to her, oh, it's Rodeo Drive. You just go here, 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 and here. And she's like, awesome, thank you. And she leans back into the car, beaming like, let's go to Rodeo Drive. She was a very frustrating person to ride with. Anyway. Let's see, Diablo. Oh shoot, where's the highway come from? Oh yeah, and Carson earlier saying those things were never updated. Yep. Hey, for what it's worth, when I was living in Vegas, at one point I started doing contracting work, so I was away from my house for 6 weeks this one time. When I left, the entry point to the main road that I was on, because I kind of lived out in a part of the city that was still in development, the spot kind of had this really rickety overpass. I mean, it wasn't like it was bad or anything. It was just a 2-lane, kind of small, looked, you know, dirty and not all that well built up. It was all very temporary. Anyway, I didn't know that there was going to be any construction, but I left for 6 weeks. At that time, there was no construction going on, nothing happening. When I came back, they had torn down the old overpass completely. It was gone. And they had built a brand new, like, 8-lane overpass. Was it 8-lane? Maybe it was 7. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was 3 each way, and then there might have been one in the middle. but it might have been 4 each way. Anyway, huge overpass. I still don't know why, because it didn't have the traffic to justify it, but yeah, this huge overpass, totally different layout. I was so confused the first time I drove up to it. It's like, wait, what road am I on? How do I get to my house? Like, I was just absolutely blown away by how much they had changed it in 6 weeks. So yeah, a lot of it, and that was with, that was with Google Maps by then. That would have been 2006? No, into 2006, October 2006. Maybe November? I don't know, something in that neighborhood. Let's see, Diablo. Now it's sad someone gets shot for parking in the wrong neighborhood. I mean, not untrue. Awesome. I'm so glad that I don't have to pay to update my car's GPS map every other year now. No kidding. That's one of the businesses I'm so happy is over. What a miserable life that was. Buying DVDs from some crappy company for like a couple $100 every year, every other year, just so you can get updates that in many cases are already outdated. Like that, yeah, that was a bad business model. I'm glad it's over. That being said, a lot of companies were actually, I do kind of appreciate this. A lot of companies, their updates would come out, and there was actually an active piracy community for spreading the maps around. Don't get me wrong, I understand why they needed to do this and why they did charge so much. It doesn't change the fact that it was too much to be charging for a product that was kind of bad. But the piracy community kind of solved that for people who needed it. I was not in the position to benefit from that, but hey, it is what it is. Carson, you're surprised press don't get in for free. Oh, talking about IO. Press technically does get in for free. The problem was, they only give a limited number of tickets to each outlet, and every single year AP made a point of giving tickets to everybody else, which was kind of BS. It was definitely not cool. And that's actually why I didn't go that last year, because they could have given tickets to me and instead gave a ticket to someone who really should not have gone at all. So they kept asking me. I mean, literally, like, I got put into the room with people who were going, the chat room, and every few days they would just say things to me like I'm going, and it's like, guys, I'm not going. Like, I'm not paying out of my own pocket to go work. Like, I'm going to lose money. I'm not doing this. And they didn't believe me or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it very clearly was not worth my money to go do work for somebody else. So yeah, I stayed home. And yeah, every other year that I went, that was all out of my pocket. The closest to money saving that I got is 2 of the years I didn't have to pay for the place that I stayed in. 3 other years I paid for my own hotel, which somewhat ironically, I also, Artem ended up crashing in my hotel once. So there's that too. Oh, and Liam stayed in there one of the other years. So yeah. Anyway, press does get in for free, but only a limited number of tickets. Technically, I did get press passes a couple of years though. Wait, was it 2 years or only 1? I can't see the layer of my badges, but At least one year we contacted, like after I had bought my ticket, we contacted somebody in the press, in Google's PR team, and said, look, we have a guy, he has a paid for pass, can we just get him an upgraded pass for the press area? That way he can walk in and out. He is our guy, he works with us. Can we just please arrange this so he also has a press pass? So that guy arranged for me to have a press pass. At that point, I could have actually canceled my ticket and probably gotten the money back, and that would have been fine. And in retrospect, I wish I had. But technically, the one benefit I got out of that is the stuff they were handing out, which was, I think, a Google Home and it was a Google Home, and there was like an electronics kit or something. I ended up getting to walk away with 2 sets of each. That's a pretty minor thing, but at least technically it was a perk for having both. Awesome. Fingers crossed for IO Adventure 2022. Yeah. It was popular enough, I'm sure they'll do something with it. Let's see. Okay. I see responses. I'm not sure what each of those is necessarily to, but yeah. IO. Oh, and the other thing, and I've said this for so long, and I really do mean it. IO turned into a fan event. It was not a developer event. It was good for press ish, but the sessions were, I mean, as development goes, the sessions were garbage. And I'm not trying to like trash talk Googlers for this, but the sessions were all cut down to short sessions. Most of them were more like, hey, here's the basic features of a thing, not how to build for it. They were made short and sweet, which I get. It's hard to put together a good developer session, but yeah, they weren't good for developers anymore. Now, developers could also go talk to people if they scheduled appointments and stuff like that, but you had to go in with questions, or you had to bring your laptop and try to get coding help and things like that. But the thing is, to me, a lot of that stuff didn't make any sense, because why on earth why would you go to a thing like IO with a question? Like, you're spending that much money to go have a developer help you, or you're presenting some issue to them. It made sense in some rare instances, but this is a once a year event. Like, how many people are preparing questions months in advance, or having a problem with something that lasts for months? It doesn't. The reality is, a lot of those people were just going in asking questions that were issues that came up in like the last week or 2 weeks, or it was reporting a bug. Like, half the time, I know a few developers that went to IO. They when they went, like, they used their time to demonstrate bugs. Usually stuff that had already been reported and wasn't being dealt with any other way. But this was the one time when they could actually reliably talk to developers. Like, that's not a thing that should be happening. So, yeah. I feel like IO, it just stopped being for developers. In the process, it just turned into a fan event. And plus, they were letting in more and more people who were non-developers. Which, okay, that's fine. I understand it. But if you're letting in a lot of non-developers, they don't want to sit through developer stuff. They want to go around and play games, which became, honestly, kind of a problem with Moscone Center. Like, they had a lot of the, like, go to random corners of the venue and check out these locations, or go to this booth and wait in line, and the lines would get so long that the people waiting in line actually got in the way of people actually trying to get to from one session to another. And then once they moved to Shoreline Amphitheater, it got worse. I mean, they just let in more people, and a lot of the people who went, they literally would just go there, sit through the keynote, and then they never went to another session. They just lounged around or went through lines or played games, and they went to a lot of the like tents where they could see like little demos and things like that. There was cool stuff there, but it stopped being a developer event. I'm not hating on them for it, but yeah, it just became a weird thing. And honestly, for what it's worth, I really think Google should just set up a place, like a presentation hall somewhere, just in the area. Find some building that Google owns that's just not really useful as an office. Turn it into a presentation hall for this stuff, and let people just wander through. Like 100% of the time. They didn't need to co-opt a developer conference for this. But it is what it is. David Lama, Pixel super fans? I mean, I would almost bet if you took a list of former I/O attendees and overlapped that list with the current Pixel superfans list, I bet you would have a lot of matches. If I had a free trip to I/O or WWDC, which would I pick and why? Okay, so this isn't the answer, I don't think, but I would say if I was going to, like, if I could afford to go to I/O, I would logically pick WWDC, because a quote-unquote free trip to WWDC is literally twice the price. Think about it, because WWDC is still, or was still, held in Moscone. Wait, it was, right? Yeah, had to try searching for that. All right. Let's see. Oh no, they moved to the San Jose Convention Center. I don't know how big that is, but being in San Jose, that changes things. What I was thinking is, back when it was held in Moscone West, what the reality of it is, the hotel rooms were more expensive. Even though Google let more people in, the hotel rooms for the Apple event were just always going to be more expensive. Plane trips into the area were typically a little bit higher, and the tickets price, in 2012, price selling at $1,600. I thought it had gone up again. Maybe I should just search for $. Yeah, okay, it's just mentioning 1,600. I swear it had gone up, but I'm not seeing it mentioned in any of this stuff, so maybe not. Maybe it was capped at 1,600, or currently, previously, whatever, capped at 1,600. Seems that way. So okay, yeah, that's still more expensive than I/O, obviously, by quite a bit. As far as, like, if ticket price weren't a factor, or if I was just flat out like I was only going to go to one of them because I could just not afford to go to the other, or I didn't feel like going to the other, or whatever. I don't know. To me, the two are so different. I haven't been to WWDC, but I've heard other people talk about it time and time again. My thinking is I would probably choose... Well, okay. If I wanted to go hang out with developers, strictly wanted to go hang out with developers, I would go for sure to WWDC. Because that is a developer-centric conference. It is still very much about developers. Every person I've heard says the same thing, and it's a ton of developers just simply go to it. Like, that is a thing, they go to it. With Google I/O, I know a lot of developers that used to go to it, and not all of them, but a lot of them say they don't even try anymore, in part because half the time they can't even get a ticket. The other half the time they just don't want to. A lot of them just keep saying like they're not getting anything from the sessions. Most of the time they're just kind of annoyed by all the randos wandering around and getting in the way. When it used to be in Moscone, one of the things that they liked is going to the after parties where a lot of developers would meet up. And that was actually a big thing. A lot of them were all organized around one very centralized location, because with Moscone West, don't get me wrong, there were drawbacks to this, but with Moscone West being in San Francisco proper, one of the beautiful things about this is, or one of the terrible but beautiful things is, it sucked trying to commute from outside the city in. Now, I did it my first year. It was a stupid mistake. I would never repeat that. My second year, I found an okay place to stay. In my third year, I found the perfect place to stay. I'm mad that I never got to go to San Francisco for I/O again, because I didn't have that brand new perfect opportunity. But hey, that's how it goes. I wanted to go back to that place so much. It was weird, out of the way, and just like a block further than most people would have searched for, which made it perfect. It was still a long walk to Moscone West, but it wasn't bad. And the place was cheap. It had really good internet. Like, everything about it was rock solid. It looked a little skeevy, but it turned out it was actually really good inside. Anyway, yeah, so back when I/O was in San Francisco for those years, developers would all kind of be centrally located, or very closely located, to Moscone West. It wasn't that big of a deal to catch a cab a few blocks if you needed to. And the parties were all generally located within walking distance. You all were close enough that it was convenient. Ever since they moved to Shoreline Amphitheater, people, because they could drive from several miles away, a lot of people would stay way outside of the area because it was cheaper. It's a lot cheaper for that. So people would get an Airbnb like, a 15-20 minute drive away, because it wasn't a big deal to do that. I mean, the AP house is basically kind of what we'd call it. When we stayed in those places, like, they were just Airbnbs for a place that usually was it was usually about an 8 to 10 minute drive, which is still pretty, it's not like super far. You could realistically ride a bike. It would be reasonably convenient to ride a bike. It wouldn't be realistic to walk it. It was way too far to walk. I would not recommend driving I wouldn't recommend trying to walk it, but I'm sure some people did. The thing is, though, as a result, so many people ended up really far away from each other. And so there were house parties, there were people getting together here and there, but it wasn't the same. And it also didn't help that the nature of how a lot of people were going and what people had planned. Plus, there were just fewer parties. Other companies, like the first 3 years that I went to I/O, it was almost an event to plan for the after parties. Tons of companies would run these after parties. I mean, we didn't end up going to it, but Facebook ran an after party every year that we were in San Francisco. We always went to, like, LG would run events sometimes. That's how I actually got the LG Watch R. I don't know. I'd have to look at what model it was, but there were various companies that ran events. Sometimes it was developer focused, sometimes it was just an after party or like drinks somewhere. I went to, Cyanogen ran a party once. This was, I think, the year after the OnePlus One came out. Yeah, the list goes on and on. Like, all of those companies ran parties when it was in San Francisco. Once things moved to the Shoreline Amphitheater, the parties dried up. It was basically everyone either went to Google's party or they didn't go to anything. I'm sure there were other events, but they weren't the same. So, I don't know. It's tough. I guess if I was choosing to go to one or the other, because I'm imagining things probably changed with WWDC too. Because moving to San Jose would have kind of killed some of those events that used to be San Francisco oriented. Yeah, I don't know which one I would go to now. I think I would still ever so slightly edge towards WWDC because I think that the crowd of people would be a little bit more interesting for me. But I think if you're not a developer, Google I/O would probably be a little more fun. Yeah, that I think would be my rough estimate. Let's see, Diablo. We would hope someone is thinking of that. Smart. David would have chosen WWDC 2. I could get another free mini though. At this point, I swear I want to start using those as like, for skeet shooting. That'd be perfect. Just put them into a launcher, get out there with a rifle, and just pop them out of the air. The after I/O streams are good. Yeah, it's funny because those always came together very awkwardly, but they did come together. Most of those years, it was me that brought down the camera, the mic, all that stuff. I set up the streams, made that stuff happen, and yeah, they were fun conversations. They weren't super well organized or anything, but you know, they were good for what they were. It is a little bit of a shame that stuff kind of died. But especially because it was such a good opportunity to drag on Ron, and when we could get him, Liam, though Liam kind of vanished from that. Yeah, it was nice having something different. So kind of missed those, but oh well. Pepperidge Farm remembers the white exclusive Nexus 7s from I/O. Yes. Those things were built so poorly. I didn't have one, but I heard time and time again about how they were not good. There was also the exclusive Oh, Galaxy Tab 10.1. They called it, I think they called it something else, but for IO, it was the year before I went, I think. It would have been a, maybe, let's see, would have been it should have been 2012. No, maybe 2011? Yeah, should have been 2011. Yep, there it is. Attendees were given a Samsung Galaxy Tab 10.1, Series 5 Chromebook, and Verizon MiFi. The after party was hosted by James Addiction. Okay. But yeah, they handed out a Galaxy Tab 10.1, and notoriously it was somehow different in just a small enough way that if you tried to root it using any of the methods that ended up working on the officially released Galaxy Tab 10, you would brick the one that was given out at I/O. There was some very minor thing that was different, which sucked for those people. I never had one, so I'm fine with that. But yeah, I agree. Don't get me wrong. I understand why they stopped giving away stuff, or at least stuff like this. But man, it also felt like such a cheesy thing to do, to stop giving away things that were relevant. The last relevant thing they gave away was the watches. Yeah, it honestly did feel like they were trolling developers. Because in my mind, going to I/O, the purpose of that, yes, was for the developer sessions and the keynote, and to interact with Google developers. These were the actual reasons for going to I/O. No, the problem was they had a ton of people signing up and going, just trying to get, I don't want to say free stuff, because, I mean, famously, should have been 2012. Oh, yeah. I like how in this one they say what attendees were given at the very bottom. In this one, it was mentioned in the top. But attendees were given the Galaxy Nexus, Nexus 7, Nexus Q, and a Chromebox. So the like giving away that much stuff, that was a really good year in terms of giveaways. But the thing is, they were giving stuff to people that they could actually sit down with and start using to tinker with projects literally that night, or hell, that day. That was cool. That was a neat thing to do. Honestly, I'm so disappointed they didn't continue that trend, because there was good stuff, and handing that out to people was actually legitimately a good thing to do. It put things into developers' hands, and that was awesome. That was also the year that they opened up good old Glass for pre-orders, which then they didn't ship until late that year, or start of the next year, something like that. And then the first year I got to go was 2013, where they gave away, yeah, a Chromebook Pixel. I don't know where my box is right now, but it's still sealed to this day. After party hosted by Billy Idol, which was actually, you know what? Say what you will about Billy Idol, the guy actually still had it. I don't know if he still does, but he was pretty good. I kind of feel sorry for him. He did not get the attention on stage he deserved. He put on a good show. Let's see. They saw some Diablo. They saw some of the garbage and got mad. No, every person who walked away from I/O with anything, man, any person walking away with anything from I/O, like, they were so quick to either sell that stuff, no matter how cheap it should have been, they would sell it for a ton on eBay, or they just kept it for themselves. It wasn't until, let's see, the cardboard year. Okay, 2014. Cardboard was the year when they found stuff in the garbage. Because legitimately, I remember seeing people unfolding them, really like trying to figure out, is this actually cool? Is this a joke? Are they trolling? And 100% every person who got those things out after setting them up was like, this feels dumb. It was dumb. Cardboard, like, I get why they did it. It wasn't a bad idea, but that felt like trolling. So getting the watches was good. That was a solid choice. They did the right thing with the watches. The fact that cardboard was their other giveaway, that just felt like an insult. And then in 2015, it was a Nexus 9. Do I still have that up there? I may have opened that one. I'm not sure. And an improved version of cardboard. By improved, they literally just made it a larger box. That's all. So yeah, that was rough. And then, let's see. Yeah, there was no hardware giveaway when they moved to Shoreline Amphitheater. And let's see. The year after, Google Home and $700 in Google Cloud Platform credits. No one used that. And the Google Home came out when everybody already had one. I'm sure some people used it, but I think most people didn't. The after party was hosted by LCD Sound System. Let me tell you, a lot of people left during that performance. That was not a successful fan choice. Let's see. 2018. Yep, this is the year when I got the press badge, in addition to my regular badge, because I walked away with 2 Android Things kits, which of course Android Things is now a dead thing. Let's see. They released in 2018. They shut it down in December 2020. So it was basically alive 2.5 years. Well, I guess technically. They stopped accepting new device registrations and projects on January 5th, 2021. So yeah. I mean, that was a very short-lived experiment. Anyone who built on Android Things just totally got burned. So I still have those 2 kits. Nothing's being done with them. I'm sure some of the parts are probably still usable, but the actual core chip is, I'm assuming, garbage. I don't know. Because it can't be connected to Google servers anymore, and that's kind of what the whole point was. So some of the components I bet are useful. Everything else would be useless. And then they gave away a Google Home Mini, which universally everyone can agree, no one cared. Absolutely nobody cared. And the after party with Justice and Fantagram. Justice was good. Fantagram, I don't remember, or maybe I'm mixing these up. One of these 2 is pretty. Oh, I guess it was Justice with Fantagram. I think Justice was the good part. Fantagram was okay. It's hard to remember, but one, like, you could tell there was a distinct, like, there were moments where one was kind of more important than the other. And one of them was good. I remember the other just being like fine. Whoever it was that was kind of the primary towards the end was better. Anyway. Let's see. 2019, no hardware, and it was hosted by Flaming Lips. Okay. And then, yeah. Nothing to talk about after that. Cardboard 2.0 remove the magnetic button selection to a touch button. Oh yeah, you're right. That happened too. Which I think there was some technical reason why they did that, like certain phones weren't working with it or whatever. Or was it? No, that's right. Or they couldn't align the button placement or some weird thing like that. Yeah, anyway, Cardboard 2.0 was, I mean, it was improved, but it wasn't, I wouldn't call it a huge successful change. Do I still have a G-Watch or Gear Live? I do have the G-Watch. I know exactly where that is. It is currently covered in dust and hasn't been charged up in forever. It is, I believe, still rooted. It was the first rooted G-Watch in the world. True fact. I worked with J-Case, just in case, aka John Sawyer, I think. Yeah, I worked with him. We actually rooted it together. And yeah, we did it remotely. So he did some of the work. I had the G-Watch. I did some of the work. And yeah, we managed to hack that together. Funny enough, if you look at any of XDA's coverage, or any of the people who were XDA recognized developers who claimed to have rooted it, they were all using the stuff we worked on. They gave zero credit to AP or me. Shocked, I tell you. But yeah, anyway, that was the first rooted G-Watch in the world. Well, it bootloader unlocked and rooted, I should say it that way. Or sorry, no, the bootloader was unlockable. Wait, was it? Man, it's been so long since I've touched that. I don't remember now. I think the bootloader was unlockable with a command, but there was some protection somewhere, I think. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But anyway, first rooted watch. So yeah, small thing, but oh, and then my Moto 360. I don't know where that is anymore. I have a rough idea, but the leather watch band that they made a really big deal about it being Horween leather, and it wasn't, honestly, it wasn't the best leather that I've seen, but it was okay. Anyway, that watch band was already kind of breaking down a little bit, and then I stopped wearing the watch for not that long, and the watch band started getting pretty nasty, like really, really fast. So I don't know where it's at now. I've got a rough idea, but I'm pretty sure it's covered in dust and maybe mold, honestly. Plus, let's be honest, it's a Moto 360, so you know the battery is terrible. It has screen burn in, or at least some sort of weird shadow effect on it. Yeah, that thing is, holy crap, was that, like, it was a nice stylistic idea, but holy crap, that thing was a piece of junk. So yeah, that watch is dead and gone, effectively. One of these days when I find it, maybe I'll try to find some way to send it to recycling or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure what can be done for it, but yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, just saw a weird thing. Let's see. Did they not give away a Pixel 4a or 3a or something in one? To my knowledge, they did not. There was actually, I believe, some surprise that they didn't give away. Wait, didn't they? It would have been the Pixel 3a. That's a good question, because I thought they did give away a Pixel 3a. I didn't go to that year, so I wouldn't have known, but I swear they got Pixel 3As. Though, to be fair, there's a very good chance that they just gave it to press, and that's why I thought they gave it away to everyone. I'm not totally sure. Let's see. Oh, wait. Well, no. Everyone... Okay, all of the people that went to I.O., all the press already had 3As. That's right. Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure if they gave them out or not. Huh, okay. Let's see, Austin. You thought the Magnet in Daydream 2.0, or sorry, 1.0 was cooler and it worked better for you? I agree, it definitely worked better. But I can imagine maybe they didn't, it probably didn't line up with all the phones that people tried to use in there, which it makes sense why that might not have been an option. That being said, the touch thing was just hacky and not great. You know, it's funny. I turn off notifications on everything else, and now I'm getting Facebook notifications popping up on all my phones left and right. That's why everything's on vibrate. Let's see. Thought they gave away the 3A at the end of the second day, but a lot of people left before it was given out. I do remember hearing something about that, but I'm not sure if that was real. I don't know. I've heard different stories, but yeah, that sounds familiar. And yeah, that's the other thing about I.O. too. A lot of people just blew off the last day every year. So it was pretty common for that to just be a thing. People would bounce out. They didn't care. They would show up for the keynote and the possible device giveaways, and then they'd take off. And yeah, if you wanted to, you could really just blow it off. Wait, what is this? Just got an email I'm gonna have to take care of in a little while. Yeah, I'll come back to that soon enough. Okay. Anyway, enough of that. Or is it? I don't know. I'm now out of topics. Though that being said, it is also 5:15. So if there's anything else, feel free to hit me up with it. Let's see. Quickly looking around to make sure I'm not skipping anything. Oh, and Austin earlier posted in the thing. Google confirms the Android bug that was preventing emergency calls. I'm assuming that they have now fixed that. And yeah, there were some specific circumstances that could prevent calling emergency services. But yeah, it wasn't like that was happening to everyone. Fortunately, it's not something that's going to come up very often for people, one would hope. Oh, Austin confirming it was only for press that the 3A went out. Long track record of giveaways. Oh, so wait a second. Did 9 to 5 do a 9 to 5? Let's see. No public giveaway. The Google Fice. That's right. I remember this. The Fice site this morning was updated with a redeeming your monthly free month of Fice section that referenced a provided Pixel 3a along with IO specific support email, providing the 7,000 IO attendees with the 3a. Meanwhile, the Fi deal was alluded to by the Twitter account yesterday and might help the MVNO reach more subscribers after blah blah blah. Heavily leaked that 3A features a 5% blah blah blah. Of course, the selling point. Okay. No giveaways. Year after saw home. Blah blah blah. Okay. Yep. I remember this. I don't remember for sure that it was 9 to 5, but I swear it was. They're the ones that came up with this theory and told everybody that it was going out. And yeah, and then it turned out that they jumped the gun, which yeah, it's a thing. Jeff Jarvis had to go back to the event to get his. Whoops. Let's see. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Oh man, that's why I remembered it, because it definitely was rumored, and I'm so close to certain it was 9 to 5 that started the rumor that it was going to happen, and then yeah. And of course, they retracted it and also redacted their claim, because you can tell, like, this is rewritten. It's very obviously rewritten from what it was. So hey, that happens. That is weird, because I remember with certainty, I remember a couple of the people that went to IO. There was a conversation at IO. I remember people sitting in the AP chat room talking about this, about how everyone in the press area was walking around with the Pixel 3a and I think they were all being told they shouldn't be. Like, sorry, they all had their phones and they were all being told something like, don't let people see you using these outside the press area or something like that. I don't know, it was something along those lines. Anyway, I remember a conversation, everyone there, literally like every person in the press area had a Pixel 3a because they were all the reviewers for the phone. And the review embargo was not going to be up for like another week, so it was just them, and they were all walking around with this phone. So it was apparently kind of weird, but it happens. It makes sense. Oh, by the way, random little thought. It took way too long, but I finally got, not that you can tell really, but there, with the right light, I finally got my moment case for the Pixel 6 Pro. Had to break my habit of wanting to say Pixel 6a. Or sorry, that's not even the word I meant to go with. Had to break the mental habit of saying XL. That's what I was trying to say. So let's reach for this gimbal. I'd use the other one, but I don't want to lift something that weighs a freaking ton just to demonstrate this. So the thing I was talking about before, we'll just wind this in. So yeah, anyway, in theory, if I wanted to use a phone as a reference screen, I can now just do that. So phone goes straight on, you can pop it off. Like, that is the purpose of this mount, or one thing that makes this mount good. This looks particularly dumb with the fact that the arm is hanging in the wrong place, but wait, shouldn't it be locking in there? Oh, it only locks in that one spot. Okay, well, whatever. And I am holding the gimbal backwards for a reason, obviously, but yeah, so this is what kind of makes it handy. Like, you can just put the mounting plate right here on a little flexible arm, and then phone pops in if you can get it to line up correctly, which I have to keep trying to do because I'm not practiced with it yet. But yep, quick on and off, and yeah, you can use your phone as a monitor for controlling a camera. Pretty simple little thing. I'll probably take a picture doing that, and we'll update our MagSafe post later. Okay. Stretch to put that where it belongs. Has the white color bothered me on that? Truthfully, I have not used... I haven't had enough time to use this a whole lot. I have used that gimbal a little bit. But I've been focused on trying to get the DJI Mavic 3 review done first, because that has higher rush priority kind of thing. I'm going to focus on the gimbals probably next week, I think, because I really just need to edit some video and write up the Mavic 3 review, get it out the door, and then back to the gimbals. The gimbals kind of just had to take a back seat because, truthfully, they're just not going to get as much attention. But yeah, will the white color bother me? The white color is only going to bother me with reflective surfaces, and even then, it's probably not going to bother me much, because this is the sort of gimbal you're not really going to have to use up close to things super frequently. So reflections of it would be tiny, and it is a relatively small gimbal, so I don't think it's a bad thing, but it is... I do still think choosing to go with a white gimbal was not the best choice. Did we mix the Pixel Watch? I actually have not talked about it, but I'm not sure how much there is to say about the Pixel Watch at this point. The rumors basically are circling back again to what we all kind of knew, what, you know, sorry to be a dick about it, what I said repeatedly. The odds of it coming out this year were low. I figured it was probably next year. There was a chance that it would come out with the Pixel 6 when it didn't come with the Pixel 6, and we didn't have any leaks suggesting it would. At that point, I was pretty convinced it was a 2022 device. And that's what all the rumors are saying now. So, yay, I guess. I know there was also the split of the rumored look of the Pixel Watch. Let's see. Let's close that and sure, we'll use this post. So this was what, the old design that was rumored? Do we not have the other design? I forget. One of the designs had this, like, the watch band is basically kind of, it looks like it's built into the watch, but it's probably just a slide out mechanism the same way that the Apple Watch uses. And then there's another version that has more traditional lugs. My thinking is, I don't know, I've said this before, I don't like the idea of a proprietary system that you don't need to go proprietary with, but I get why they want to do it. I'm not entirely opposed to it. I don't know. And plus, to be fair, this sliding mechanism will probably also support doing the same thing that... Oh, wait. Forgot to transition that. The slide mechanism for the watch bands, I think, is probably going to get the same treatment that it did with the Apple Watch, where you'll be able to slide in an adapter that will still support normal watch bands. So I'm okay with this. I don't know. I don't have much of an opinion there. As far as the look of the watch, assuming that this is anything approaching correct, it looks neat. It's definitely more smartwatch-like than classic watch, which may or may not be a good thing. I'm a little curious about these renders that make it look like, even though it is quote-unquote bezel-less, it is still rounded, and I kind of look at it and wonder, why is the watch face so far from the edges in this render, assuming that this render is correct? Like, there are problems here that aren't really addressed normally. So, like, is the only thing going to be that some stuff goes to the edge and it's just going to look ugly at the edges or weird? I don't know. So, I don't have too many opinions on this design. It's fine. I hope it turns out good. I think it'll probably look better in real life than it does in these images. We'll see. Diablo, answer in it, please. We still have never heard specs for it. I tend to agree. I don't think we've heard specs. There's enough rumor mill that it is going to have some sort of tensor chip, but I don't know what that means. We'll see. David Lama, you don't like it? Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I'm in that place right now where I either want a smartwatch that really benefits from the classic look of a of a non-smartwatch. Like, I want a good, beautiful, classic-looking watch, which usually means hands, which at that point you're into hybrid watches. Or I want something that... I've heard this said about cars before, and I agree with this. If you're going to make a car that doesn't need an engine, doesn't need this, doesn't need that, it makes sense to design a car that doesn't have to be based on those particular decisions and styles and designs. Well, the same is true of a watch. If you don't need to have hands, if you don't need to do it certain ways, try to redesign it. And this feels to me like that little half step. It's redesigned, but only a little bit. It's still basically a typical watch. It's not breaking any new ground. I don't know. I kind of want to see something a little bit more creative. Not that I'm hating on it. I just, like, this doesn't give me a big, strong response. It's just, it kind of looks neat, but not great. And to me, I'm way more interested in the features, how it's going to work, what the battery life is going to be. Mostly features. Like, what is it going to do that's different? How is this going to be some sort of spectacular change? Or is this just another watch? Because I need to see it be more than another watch at this point. Like, it won't hurt me if it is just another watch, but I feel like that's, after this long, it will be a disappointment if they don't have something more to show off. Diablo, probably Fitbit and Google doing it together, because they would have had Fitbit say delayed too, right? Makes sense. I don't know. I think we still don't really know truly what Fitbit's involvement is going to be. Is Fitbit just like there for the technology and they're going to put that into a Pixel Watch? Is Fitbit still staying kind of a separate producer and company? There's a lot there that I think we just don't have a good clear grasp on for specifics. Does the actual display curve? It looks like it does in the map render. Well, looking at this one, it looks like like a very smooth curve. You know, kind of like almost a waterfall edge that's just perfectly round. But when you look at this one, it looks more like how the Moto 360 did it, where there's almost like a chamfered edge and then it kind of comes off at an angle. I don't know. These renders make it look different, so it's hard to say. Let's see, Diablo. I wonder if Huawei did the test with watches first, if it's not Android, and what happens. And we're like, oh shit, we're all doomed. Yeah, I don't know. Huawei, it amuses me that Huawei decided to do a watch. It is a surprisingly huge hit, and then turns around and, you know, they do what, one more? And I don't think they ever did another Android Wear watch. They could have, but the second one, which was undeniably just not the same product, it just did not move numbers, and then they just never tried again. Not really. Austin, it will have Material U. That is not a feature. If you want someone to not to buy it, say those words. Can you imagine Android Wear being any less information dense? Okay, I'm kind of trolling, but seriously. Oh, also, what does Android Wear mean in this context? Or sorry, Android Wear. What does Material U mean in this context? Where is it getting its color from? Now, you're gonna be interested in where this goes. Where is it getting its color from is a question. Is it getting it from your phone's home screen? Is it getting it from the watch? Hey, Corbin. Yeah, I'm still going. You want on? But is it getting the Material U colors from your phone's home screen? Is it getting it from the watch's watch face, which, keep in mind, is programmatically changing and possibly programmatically changing colors, so it might not even match your watch face from time to time? Or will it be Material U based on, like, maybe watch straps or something like that, if hypothetically their watch straps had some way of communicating their color to the watch? How does Material U work on a watch? Yeah, Corbin heard someone say smartwatch. That's exactly it. But seriously, how do you do this? Where are the accent colors coming from for Material U on a watch? Do you set your own choice of colors and Material U just propagates them? Just say smartwatch. Corbin is there. Yeah, so I'm looking at, I get that Material U is a big talking point for this, but aside from the fact I don't think it is, I'm really curious how that's supposed to work. It just doesn't track to me. Or maybe there's, I don't know, maybe there's some feature that we just haven't witnessed or we're not aware of. As it is, I'm already not a fan of Material U just linking to your phone's wallpaper on a phone. To me, that feels like you can't pick a wallpaper that you like and then have a different color if you just happen to not like that color that would get chosen for that wallpaper. If it propagates to your watch, man, that's possibly even weirder. That it feels, what if it does propagate to your watch? That's almost like Google forcing you to be color coordinated. So you can't force the color you want in Material U on a Pixel. So if you get a Pixel, you're already coordinating your phone with a single wallpaper choice. If you then proceed to change, or if it also propagates out to the watch, you're now color coordinating your watch to your phone. And like, what should you start buying? I don't know, should you start buying watch bands that match your wallpapers? Is that going to become a thing? David asking for plans on Techathon, and would they pull info from the wallpaper app? Wallpaper app, or I guess just the system, because the system does handle the actual rendering of the wallpaper. But yeah, this makes me wonder a lot. So anyway, yeah, I want to hear, that's what I want to hear more than anything. How are they choosing to do this? It's not even like, is this a major feature? No. It's not like what features the watch will have that are special. This Material U is objectively a pretty non-feature for the watch. But now I'm very curious how they'll implement it, because that to me is the biggest question mark. Will they implement this thing that's going to have to get a color choice from somewhere, but where? And I can think of too many ways that it could get that color choice, and none of them are good answers, which is possibly the funniest thing of all. Corbin, I actually showed the schedule from the calendar earlier. I forgot to actually check the site though. It's funny, searching just for Techathon on Google does not go to any of the places that have anything to do with us. Go figure. Damn it, do I need to just look it up? Techathon.live. Okay. Posting it into chat. So yeah, anyway, I was talking earlier about what stuff I will likely be a part of, which, seeing as how I'm not running Windows, largely eliminates most of the major having you do a whole 6-hour block. That's cruel. Anyway, yeah, there's I'll definitely be in some of this stuff, but I don't know how much. Oops. So yeah, because I'm probably only going to do the discussion stuff, and there's not a whole lot of that. And I'll probably join the Jackbox stuff. So yeah, there's really not a lot for me to do this year. Be sliding, you bump your watch too much to even consider that one. Yeah, that's one thing about bezel-less watches. I mean, the bezel kind of serves as a screen protector by like creating a gap from things. That being said, I'm sure it'll still be a sapphire screen. So on the plus side, at a bare minimum, it is at least good. It will take some abuse. I wouldn't bet on it taking a ton of abuse, but it should be enough. And unless you're really, really brutal on your watches, in which case I'd be surprised if you weren't breaking a few others in the process. Let's see, Corbin, I don't think we necessarily have anything big planned, but if everything works out, we'll have some bigger names than last year, and most of the people from last year are coming back. Yeah, I haven't seen too much happening in the Discord server. I saw a couple of people join, what, I don't know, a couple of days ago, or no, not a couple of days ago, a couple of weeks ago. But outside of that, I haven't seen a whole lot of activities, so. As I quickly skim over the channel. Wait, were join notifications moved out or something? Oh no, they are in here. But yeah, the events just don't seem that like eventful. It is a lot of gameplay. Anyway, God. Okay, despite the fact, I just have to say, despite the fact that I now have the case on the Pixel 6 Pro, the way this case is designed, it still lets, if I put anything on top of this case, it is still sliding off. I have to make a point of putting the Pixel 6 Pro on top of everything else to keep it from sliding anywhere. But at least I can now do that. That is a plus, at least I can, it doesn't have to sit entirely on its own on a surface it can't slide on to keep it from falling on a floor. So, at least that is a big up to having a case on the Pixel 6 Pro. This thing is so freaking slick. Which could be taken many different ways, but you know the way I mean it. Anyway. So, trying to think, were there any other topics? I'm kind of at a loss, and Corbin is being slow to speak, so. Trying to think. My brain is just half shut off at the moment. Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking like 6 different directions, and each one is leading me nowhere. So, trying to think if there were any other topics to hit. Yeah, not everyone who's been wrangled in has joined the Discord, which is me planning a bit trickier. That means half of them aren't showing. People who don't join planning stuff are typically not happening, which sucks, but it's kind of the truth. But yeah, anyway, so like I said earlier, which now that I think about it, we are what, a week and a half away from this. So just to recap, oh, Corbin, actually, can you explain this? Yes, next year definitely needs to be organized. I tried to get things moving early this year, and it just did not happen. Got him. Ooh, got a second one. Hello. The bug zapper works. Okay. So, Corbin, can you explain what is happening during the stream opening segment? Is that like an open to multiple people thing, or is it literally just a like one person gets on, talks for a few minutes, and then opens up to the other stuff? Just curious, because that's not terribly descriptive. Let's see. Aside from that, oh, and what's happening in the Florence Ion session? Is that going to be one person like interviewing her, chatting with her, or is there something else happening? Because those two to me weren't super descriptive. Other than that, let's see. Yeah, other than that, like I said, I'm probably just doing the discussion chatting and Jackbox sessions. Let's see. Austin, when are you adding PayPal? Oh, are you asking me, or are you asking Techathon? Or about Techathon? Because, yeah, I need to get my PayPal link posted. I keep putting it off, but yeah, the Streamlabs link needs to go away, because I don't really want to support Streamlabs in so much as I ever have. And yeah, it would be ideal just to get a PayPal link on there instead. Let's see. Did anyone get the new Pixel A Buds update for manual controls? I still have my Pixel Buds A in the box. I honestly need to put these up and try to sell them. Not that I can get a lot for them, but I should. Okay, so stream opening is we're getting ready. Discussions are basically this format. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'll probably just be in the discussions and doing the Jackbox stuff. Let's see. Corbin, you're using Tiltify for donations. They go straight to the organizations. It's up to them which payment methods they want to support. Makes sense. Florence hot take. She loves OnePlus 9 and hates Pixel. Really? I would have... Damn it. Why is there stuff flying around in here? I would have thought that Florence would be on Pixel Train. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay, so B-Slide, you're saying no watches that you know of have a sapphire display. Let's see. I'm seeing something here. Let's check the Apple Watch real quick. Wait, which is this? That's supposedly the stainless steel cases that had it. That was with the Series 6. I'm not sure what it'll be with the Series 7. Just quickly checking this, because I'm pretty sure sapphire was a fairly standard choice for most watches, because it very much does not scratch as easily. Where's the tech specs? Oops. Well, according to Apple, sapphire crystal display on stainless steel and titanium cases. So, yeah, sapphire agreed it is better against scratches than drops and bangs, but I don't know how much impact you're putting on them. If they're sufficiently thick and they've been if they've been treated properly, they should handle moderate impact without a problem. It's sort of like, I wish I could find this video. I've gone looking for it about a dozen times. There was a video once, some camera guy, he intentionally took a lens from a camera. Like, everyone babies their camera lenses, and they should. I'm not gonna tell anyone not to, but he took the camera lens, literally made a point of banging it, like just hard bangs against a tree, and it didn't break the front element. The front element of most camera lenses, it isn't even necessarily sapphire. In a lot of cases, it is just glass, and it took a pretty good beating. Sapphire is even more durable. So, I've seen regular watches where people just wail those things against hard surfaces, and they can take a beating. So, cracking the glass or sapphire is pretty freaking hard, or can be. So I don't know. I mean, depending on what the Pixel watch is made from, I'm thinking it could stand up to it as long as you're not just absolutely brutalizing it. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Obviously, like, we've watched millions of movies and TV shows where people break watches and stuff like that as like a thing. You just throw it on the ground and step on it, and suddenly the glass is broken. That's all BS. Like, I maybe that was a thing with watches that were made back in like the 40s. It's not a thing today. So either that, or maybe like super dirt cheap watches, I guess, would probably have really busted garbage glass. But yeah, I think at this point, anything that's sold for more than $100 probably is durable enough to take some decent impact. I'm not saying like get out on the ocean and have like circumstances where your arm just gets like whipped back against a hard surface, or hitting like the mast or anything like that, because let's be honest, stuff like that happens. But in regular, like, daily use, it's probably okay. Though sapphire, if I recall, does not handle crushing very well. Those cheap Walmart watches are not bad. I mean, depending on your definition of cheap, it's actually weirdly true. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to hit refresh on that, but oh well, that doesn't matter. So yeah, I don't know. Make of it what you will. I don't know how much is really gonna matter, but yeah, there are other reasons why I still like bezels on a watch. I think it adds to the good classic look. But if you've got a watch that's gonna be reasonably new. Oh wait, damn it, did I? Ugh, I didn't share this. I'm an idiot. Okay, sorry. What I was trying to share earlier was from this page. This is the Apple Series 7 page. Yeah, now you can see it. I didn't even notice I hadn't flipped views. That's my fault. Anyway, yeah, that's where it says... Okay, I'm realizing I didn't center it super well. But yeah, that's where it says sapphire crystal display on stainless steel and titanium cases. So they're doing something with it. I don't know necessarily if there's any special caveats or details, but whatever. Diablo, under $50. Yeah. Don't buy a watch that's under $50. Unless you know it actually fell off the back of the truck. And it should be costing way more. In which case, yeah, go ahead. I mean, as long as you can claim plausible deniability. I'm not actually advising this. Don't buy stolen stuff. It's bad. I'm just saying. All right. Anyway, so let's see. Were there any other things? Quickly switching back to the RambleCast chat room. Oh, Diablo, yeah. So I haven't looked into this topic yet. The Steel Apple Watch starts at $750. So there's still something flying around in here that's driving me nuts. Anyway, Discord's new premium memberships let creators monetize servers. So I did see that this was a thing. I haven't really looked into it, so I guess now is a good time as any. They're testing premium memberships. Let's see. An initial pilot is going live today with around 10 creators who will pave the way. Let's see. Premium memberships offer what a number of creators have already been experimenting with, a way to offer more content or access to community members. Discord communities will be able to create tiered perks, view analytics on member engagement, and lock channels or even entire servers to paying subscribers. Let's see. Quote, we see Discord becoming a home for more creators and communities through products like premium memberships. By providing tools that let community creators earn money, more of them will run healthy, engaged communities for longer periods of time. While Discord already has a number of integrations with Patreon, YouTube, Twitch, and other services that let subscribers on other platforms get special perks or privileges in Discord servers, premium memberships will be fully native to Discord. That means Discord also sets the terms of payments directly, and it has picked a 90-10 split with creators, allowing Discord communities to keep 90% of all revenue. Okay, that sounds good, but there's a catch. How is Discord paying this out? Because if they're paying it out to PayPal, then what's going to end up happening is PayPal is also going to take its cut, and Discord is going to take its cut first. So if you're not just taking PayPal, then you're or whatever. I mean, this is, I think, better than Patreon. I don't remember. What is Patreon's cut? Oh wait, it's optional. Yeah, I'll look later. But anyway, we want to make sure that creators are able to make as much money as possible, while also making sure that if creators are successful, Discord is also making some money, which makes sure Discord is successful too. That's sounds reasonable. Let's see. This was the most favorable split we could think of to make sure both parties are invested in the long run. It's not clear how this revenue split will work if people subscribe on mobile, though. Apple and Google take a cut of subscriptions and in-app purchases like this, and right now Discord is only enabling this through desktop and mobile clients. Shocking. So what do you get if you opt for a premium membership to a Discord server? That's really up to creators, and it's something Discord is looking to its communities to help shape these memberships during this trial phase. There are already journalists, professional map makers, and other communities monetizing their Discord servers, with many using the Clubhouse-like Stage Channels audio feature to provide a small and more intimate community or exclusive perks for subscribers. Diablo... Well, okay, yeah. Diablo, you'd probably stop Patreon if this is better. That would make sense. I mean, yeah, it kind of depends on what the final payout step is. Like, does Discord cut you a check? Does it send it through PayPal? Does it... Aw, that's sad. I can't say what's sad, but yeah. Sad thing just popped up. Anyway, yeah, it would depend on what their final payout step is. If it's through PayPal, then honestly, Streamlabs was the best. Streamlabs actually took no money. They, you know, that was a big plus. They took no money. Or they didn't take it. I don't remember how it worked, but I'm pretty sure they were taking no money. Anyway, it's clear Discord saw this emerging trend and wanted to make it a lot more streamlined, native to its platform, and easier for everyone involved. While you might associate Discord's subscriber-only channels with Twitch streamers and Patreon subscriptions, Discord is working with a diverse set of communities to test premium memberships and make them accessible for both creators and Discord users. Premium membership channels will have a small blue star next to them, and if you try to access them, you'll be offered the tiers of access that creators have set. In the coming weeks, you might see Discord community servers testing this new feature, and it's something that will expand to more communities next year. This is one of our most requested features from creators, says the guy, girl? Wait, guy, girl? I don't know. While it's something that many creators already do through third parties, this is the first time they'll be able to do it natively on Discord. Yeah, this sounds pretty good, possibly. Let's see. David, who left AP now. No, it has nothing to do with AP. I'll just tell you. I'm not going to give too many details, but a few years ago, wow, this turns very dark very quick, but a few years ago, a friend of mine was murdered. It happened by, I don't know if it was her mom's boyfriend or husband. I'm not sure what his status was, but he was not mentally okay. Which is somewhat ironic because he was a local religious leader. Anyway, he picked up a gun and gunned down her boyfriend, and her mom. Anyway, I just got a birthday reminder. So, that's what it's about. Like I said, dark. Anyway, so let's see. Beast Slide him. Yeah, the Pixel Watch will price itself out of competition if it does. How so? We don't know what the price of the Pixel Watch is going to be. We don't know what the price is going to be, and for what it's worth, we don't know what features or qualities it might have. Like, there are too many unknowns, which is why I don't know, I'm not super keen on making too many predictions about the watch in its current state. its current state of not being out or announced. Yeah, the Pixel Watch, I think, for the most part, is going to be a... I don't doubt it's going to be more expensive than some people want to pay for it. Like, at this stage, when watches come out, if people see a watch at $300, they're kind of okay with it. The moment that it hits, like, $350, people suddenly freak out and say that costs too much. I'm not sure. Meanwhile, Apple is putting out watches that... How much was this one? Yeah. Meanwhile, Apple has an $800 watch that is... I don't think that's... I think that's... Wait, is that the most expensive that they're offering now? I'd have to look. I don't... Let's see. If we just go to watch... Okay, their lowest is $400. Like, their lowest is $50 higher than where people start acting up when an Android Wear watch costs something. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Pixel Watch comes out and ends up being $350 or $400. But we don't know. Will it have some good features? Will it have something that makes it worthwhile? Maybe it will have some sort of surprisingly good battery life. I doubt this, but I'm not discounting the possibilities. Maybe people will see the display and absolutely lose their minds. I don't want to make too many predictions about a thing that all we know about it is it probably exists. What's the most costly model? You doubt any Android would go that route? Oh yeah, I don't see any Android. I can't imagine the Pixel Watch coming out at, say, $800. That seems wildly unlikely. Oh hey, that's right. The Watch SE starts at $280. So even cheaper. Is there any reasonable way to even figure out what the most expensive is? Because I could scroll through this and I've seen for $49, there's $799, $749. I guess really quick there's okay. Alright, that's not gonna help. Okay, I'm doing a little bit of search hacking. Oh, here's $849. I think $849 is the most expensive. I was just searching for the $sign and then a 9. Nothing came up with that. I tried searching for something over 1,000, but that's popping up with all the monthly stuff. But searching $8. I think $849 is the most expensive Apple Watch. Oh, sorry, I missed a comment earlier, but Diablo, Streamlabs allowed the donor, I think, to pay like credit fee or something too, but yeah, Streamlabs sounds dirty now. Yeah, Streamlabs, that's exactly the thing. Streamlabs, I mean, they were dirty before, and like I knew that they weren't the greatest, but I didn't know about half of the stuff that they had been pulling. So yeah, after all that stuff came out, I'm like, they apologized and they undid some of their bad habits. They didn't fix it all, and I don't think they're going to. So yeah, I don't really want to use Streamlabs where I don't have to. Diablo, Rolex comes out with a Wear OS watch. That would be epic. I would laugh so hard. Beast item, it has to be less than 400, likely less than 300. I know you like saying that, but dude, no it doesn't. I mean, they could release, if Google puts out a Pixel Watch at $350, it'll get plenty of sales. Is it going to be like an off-the-charts hit? No. But let's be honest, it's not going to be an off-the-charts hit if they come out with it at $200. This is just a reality. They don't have the brand cash to make this a huge, everyone must have product. Plus, it's a smartwatch. Plenty of people just won't want a smartwatch anyway. So yeah, I honestly, this isn't going to be a case of a huge seller, but the question is, like, what price point will no one buy it at? Or like, what price point is kind of the optimal price point? And the reality, I think, is 300, 350, it'll do fine there. If it's at 400, it is going to scare off some buyers. No matter what features it has, no matter what qualities it has. There's some possibility that they'll sell the watch at that price and you'll have to buy maybe the band separately or something. I don't know. That could screw with the prices a little bit. Let's see. Hermes branded Apple Watch starts at $13.59. Okay, yeah. There are those specialty Apple Watch releases. Besides, most people aren't buying the $700 plus Apple Watch, and they do have an SE. Yeah, I mentioned the SE earlier. And yeah, I agree. Most people aren't buying a $700 smartwatch, especially since it is fairly popular to replace your Apple Watch every year or two. So a fair number of people just don't buy that watch. Also, somewhat of notice, I have heard a lot of people say this. I don't know if it's true on the Series 7. I remember hearing this, I think it was around the Series 5 or Series 6. But I heard a lot of people saying that they actually actively did not like something about the more expensive models. I apologize, I have no idea. I don't remember what it was that they said they didn't like. Maybe it was a size thing or material thing, a design thing. I don't know. I just remember a bunch of people saying that they didn't like that, and actually for that reason they chose to go with the SE. And the people I remember hearing this from, I remember where I heard it. It was a podcast with some Apple fanboys who all of them have really high paying jobs. And every single one of them said there was something about the Apple Watch, the more expensive model, that they were choosing not to get. And maybe it wasn't the SE they were getting. Maybe it was an older one of the series. I don't remember. Anyway, there was something they specifically did not like about the more expensive models, and as a result they were choosing cheaper models. That is also a factor. It doesn't always have to even be about price. But the thing is, there are plenty of people who also don't care about price. I mean, you're one of them. So I don't know that I would necessarily chalk up everything to the price determines it. Watches are already luxury items. Let's see. 350 sounds middle ground if they only do one model. Frankly, I think if Google's doing multiple models, it's only going to be like 2, and they're just going to be different sizes. That's my guess. I don't know. But, and bearing in mind, when I say Google doing 1 or 2 models, as I see it, Fitbit is an entirely separate brand and business, effectively. So Fitbit, like Google, by virtue of doing one watch, isn't necessarily ruling themselves out of doing Fitbits and other things. The thing I'm swiping at is too small to get hit by the zapper, I think. Anyway, okay, let's see. David, you can't see a cheap Google Watch, especially now that they have Fitbit on the lower end. Yeah, that's kind of part of what I'm thinking too. That's sort of the issue. Like, how do you do a cheap Pixel Watch? It doesn't make a lot of sense to put something out there for super cheap when you have Fitbit out there. And this is obviously meant to be stylish, presuming, of course, that it looks anything like what was shown off. Do I still have? No, I don't. I'm too lazy to go dig it back up. Oh wait. Oh yeah, I do still have this open. You know, whether or not you like the style of this, that's not really the question here. But if you, you know, this is obviously meant to be a more stylish looking watch. Despite the silicone bands. Sorry, silicone bands? Yeah. Despite the bands that are probably going to be kind of trash, this is meant to be a stylish watch in some capacity. So I don't see them doing this dirt cheap. Sliding. The most expensive Galaxy Watch 4 is $429. That's the LTE 46mm with leather strap. Right. Okay. I mean, to be fair, first off, the Watch 4, by most people's opinion, is, I don't want to say underpriced, but Samsung made a push to get that watch out below what most people thought it was going to cost. They're obviously doing something for the LTE to be that cheap. I'm a little surprised by that point. But the watch starts at 300. That's it. It starts at 300. I know it's had a few sales, but yeah, it's starting at 300. By most standards, that's the metric people are going to be looking at. If Google releases a Pixel Watch at 300, it is effectively the same feature set with a few different sets of apps, a different look. If it has more features, great. It may have fewer features. That can also be good for some people. But I don't see it as them pricing themselves out of the market if they match their other competitor. As long as they're not matching Apple's prices, frankly, I see no problem at all. The biggest issue with that, frankly, is I think Samsung will have made so many more watches that their own cost will be lower. That's the thing. Samsung can, like, realistically, Google is probably going to just sell fewer units by virtue of coming out so much later, and by not having the same distribution network and reach as Samsung. So as a result, they're probably going to manufacture just far fewer. And as, you know, that translates to a higher per unit bill of materials. So yeah, honestly, if they do come out with a watch and it's priced at 300, I have a feeling Google's not making a huge profit margin on that. Whereas Samsung probably is. The counter? Maybe they found ways to optimize the price. Maybe they're going to cut some sensor or feature, and that's going to bring down the price enough to make it profitable, or more profitable. Who knows? Maybe Google's just going to put it out there so that they have a watch out in the market, and they know they might not make any significant money off of it. We don't know. That's the thing. When you're talking about multi-billion-dollar companies, sometimes they do things that just don't have to make as much sense because they make a lot more sense in the big picture. Who knows? They could also market this as some kind of a premium watch. If they do, even I'll agree with you. If they market this as like a premium watch in the way that, like, you know, they're trying to shoot for like $500 prices or something like that, then I'll agree with you. That's going to be stupid. If they charge $400, I'm not going to agree with you that it's pricing them out of the market, But I would say that likely leaves them with a lot fewer buyers than they would have had if they just charged $3 to $350. I'm not convinced that if they dropped it to $250 it would make that big a difference. It might, but I'm not convinced. And again, a lot of that comes back to the fact that there aren't enough watch buyers for this to ever truly make the difference. Let's see. Diablo, the recent Fitbit stuff looks more stylish. Honestly, I haven't even looked at the recent Fitbit stuff. I'm assuming I'm going to see the right stuff here. They're not bad. They remind me a lot of the Asus ZenWatch, which was actually kind of a nice looking watch for its time. You know, actually, I actually kind of like, they're not great, but they're not bad. Fitbit actually has kind of some nice design sense here. Let's see. Fitbit Sense looks like a close look to what we probably get. Be sliding. The bands are the thing you hate the most. Why a proprietary band? Okay, so I'm not sure if you heard what I was saying earlier. First off, I agree. I'm not super sold on a proprietary band. However, if, and this is an if there is an adapter that basically gives you the ability to attach the normal lugs, I don't see a problem with this. And there were pictures like that. Let's see. I wish I could remember where these were. Okay, I'm just gonna try image searching and seeing if maybe I find the right one. There were leaked images showing something normal. And the theory was that they were either... Okay, this isn't it. I don't want to look forever. But there were leaked images that showed this style of connector. This style of lug. And my theory is that the watch is going to come out with proprietary bands. So it will be basically just like an Apple Watch in that way. And you will slide the band in just like you would with the Apple Watch. I mean, they show the sliding mechanism in this image. Like, right there above my head. Very clear sliding mechanism. Here's the thing. You could sell or include a sliding mechanism that just has this. This exact design right here could be sold as basically an adapter, if you want to think of it that way. And it would attach to regular bands. This would be fine. I would see no reason not to do that. I mean, it wouldn't be quite as stylish as, let's say, like this style of connector. This is, you know, the traditional, every watch has this exact same set of lugs. It wouldn't be as stylish as that necessarily, but it would work. So you wouldn't be stuck with proprietary bands. You would just be stuck with a metal bar and loop style. I don't think that's a problem. It's just whether or not they include that style. No, okay. Figured I'd scroll a little bit further just in case, but I don't see what I'm looking for. Yeah, my hunch is they probably are going to go with the custom bands because it's been so heavily rumored and leaked. Weird. All right, anyway, yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot to dig into on that. Curvy, wonder if you can go into a customization screen and select a silver metal band like the Fossil Gen 6. I mean, I would genuinely be surprised if they aren't going to have, like, if they're going to do custom straps, they're going to release them in leather, silicone, metal, probably, 2 or 3 styles of metal. They're probably going to have like 6 colors of silicone straps, all the same style. They'll likely have what? Probably 2 leather bands, just, dark and light leathers. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a few cloth straps. Like, that's the thing. If you get into making watches and doing custom bands, besides it makes bands hard to find if they don't sell a ton. I completely agree. I mean, this is a problem I've cited myself. And, I hate the fact that realistically, if you went to a store trying to find bands, like if something happens to your watch strap for any reason, you can't easily go shop for them, which is why I think an adapter is the most obvious answer. Especially because an adapter, let's be honest, a ton of stores might consider just buying adapters and having a few in stock just because. Like, that's an easy thing to do, and it would be cheap. Whereas the bands themselves are probably going to be, let's be honest, they're probably going to be $15-20 a pop. And Diablo pasted in the link for the mode straps, which were extraordinarily average, if you can even say that much about them. They were fine. Honestly, they didn't hold that great. I was not a big fan. They were okay, but not good enough. Nice animation though, I'll give it that. Personally, I much prefer, there's no way this shows up on the camera, right? But I much prefer the method that's used on the strap that actually comes with the Fossil 6. If you look right here, there's a tiny little metal nub. You literally just pull this. It's a spring-loaded switch. You can remove it. It's not great for people who have like loss of motor skills. Anyone who has trouble like controlling touch perfectly, they're gonna have trouble with that. But for a lot of people, it's totally okay. To me, that works really well. Here's the thing and my theory on why they're doing this, because it does allow you to do really neat looking, like it makes it look like the band is coming right out of the watch. Is it necessary? No, but it is a style choice that some people really like. So I think that's why they're gonna do it, because it's something that they can offer that other watches can't have. Is it the best design? No, but it's it is an idea. I mean, does it look cool? A little bit. It looks a little bit like watches that have the band built right in, which arguably looks nice sometimes. It's why Motorola tried to do that in-watch lug design that was terrible. It was awful to use, but it was a neat idea. Unfortunately, it left the watch, like, I don't remember how many people saw this, but oh wait, do I still have that post up? Let's see. Watch W7 review? I think that's where I put it. Yeah. Oh. Okay, it's not even in this picture. Damn it. Okay. This was a comparison shot that I did with the Watch W7 here on the left. That thing was just way too big. Humongous. What was below it? Okay. I have to close this to see. Oh, sorry. It was the LG Watch Sport was on the far left. It was the W7 that was next to it. Then the Huawei watch, and then the Asus ZenWatch 2, I think it was. Okay, anyway, the Moto 360, it placed the lugs internally on the bottom edge of the watch, like not technically in the edges, but actually from the bottom. And because of the way the watch sat on your wrist, or rather the way that the straps held to the watch, it actually caused the watch to sit even higher. Or rather, it would make the watch look higher because it wasn't holding the entire watch to your wrist, it's holding a smaller footprint. So as a result, it made the watch actually look kind of goofy, but it did make it look cool because the strap appeared to be coming straight out of the watch. Diablo, Google wanted everyone to use the bands they made or something. They were called Mode, right? No, Mode was actually a different company. But they partnered with Google to promote their straps. Because there was nothing actually special about Mode beyond the fact that it was just quick to add or remove. But yeah, it was, I mean, they were convenient, I'll give it that, but they were too expensive. That was the biggest problem with the Mode straps. They were way too expensive for straps that were just so quality, and honestly, they didn't hold that great. So yeah, Mode, nice enough idea. The idea being you could swap to different colors on a regular basis. It was clever enough, like nothing against it. I like the idea, but they weren't good enough for their price, and they were way too expensive to justify it. I forget, I want to say they were $20 a pop for what were basically just kind of cheap silicone watch straps. Or were they? No, I don't still have that one back there. Okay, I think I know where mine is, but it's not close enough to grab. Let's see, B-Slide him. You have a metal band. By the way, that's what I put on most of my watches. So I used the strap that came with the Fossil because that's what they sent me, and it felt unfair to not use the one that they sent me, if that makes sense. But yeah, yeah, on my Watch W7, metal strap. And with this one, I decided to try a mesh strap. Oh, the camera was blowing me out for some reason. There we go. I should probably pick a midpoint because I am a little too dark in this frame. Anyway, yeah, I went with a metal strap. I like this. It's, you know, it holds really well to the wrist. And yeah, I'm a metal strap wearer. I like metal straps. It's been my thing for ages. I used to wear a Tag Heuer watch with a metal strap. I still have it, though it never gets used because it's one of those self-winding watches. And those things suck, by the way. I love that they're eco-friendly and everything, but man, they are terrible because they only have, like, the best ones. The best eco-friendly watches can stay wound for up to 48 hours. And those are the long ones. Most of them, it's closer to like 24 hours. And they just, I'm sorry, that's not good enough. And plus, at a certain point, they kind of actually lose some of their efficiency. So they don't stay. And I hated resetting my watch every other day. Like, it was just a pain in the ass, so I was eager to stop wearing it. It's a shame, because it seems like a nice idea, but self-winding watches just... Unless you wear that watch every day, all day, it just does not work. So yeah, Beastlight, I'm with you on the metal band. I generally will always go metal bands. So much so that I learned how to resize them myself. Well, I say learned. It's not like it's hard, but yeah, I saw the pic. But yeah, for me, metal bands, not a must, but I definitely prefer them. Let's see. As a matter of fact, I could be wrong. I think this is actually my first mesh band. I believe I've actually gone through 2. I think that one, something happened to it. Or maybe it's still on that watch, because I loaned that watch out to somebody. I don't think she ever gave it back. By the way, sorry, I'm looking at this screen. So yeah, in this picture, this is a pretty old picture. I'm pretty sure this mesh strap here that's on the Huawei watch was my first mesh strap. I got a second one at some point. Over here, this blue strap on the Asus Zen watch, that was actually the mode strap. Which, I mean, again, was fine. It wasn't the greatest, but it was fine. This silicone band is the one that came with the Watch 7. So I reviewed it with the strap it came with. I always do. I don't replace straps for review units. And then over here was the built-in strap on the LG Watch Sport, which is, I mean, look, I think built-in strap sucks. I didn't like that strap in particular because it didn't feel very good, but there's no denying it does look kind of nice. Like, it looks better than this silicone strap that's just hanging there in some lugs. Those don't look as good to me. You know, the metal mesh strap going into the Huawei watch looks better. Honestly, this leather strap, or fake leather as it were, looks better. All of these look better than having it, like, they look better than this silicone strap for sure, but they just look better than having a thing with a huge gap. Or sorry, this looks better than having a huge gap. Stop flying at my fucking head. Damn thing. the watch doesn't look bad, but those pins in the bottom are a no-go. Which watch are you talking about? Because I'm not really sure which you're referring to. And yeah, pins in the bottom. Look, I don't have any strict thing against the pogo pins, but I don't like the chargers. I really just don't like the chargers. I don't know. It bugs me. I've used enough watch chargers now. I'm just not a fan of a lot of them. I don't like wireless because it destroys the battery life. I don't really like a lot of the pogo pins because they are hard to line up. I know there's not really a good answer to this, but I feel like there could be or should be a better answer. In a weird way, I think that's actually what I liked most about the Asus ZenWatch. The charger for that, it was still metal contacts, so it was still pins, but it, instead of having a big flat disc that you set the watch on top of or snap it into, they just had something that was sort of like it was a little tiny charging capsule kind of thing that just magnetically attaches to the side. And it was a lot like, for anyone who's ever had a Surface laptop, it's a lot like that charger. And it just snapped onto the side of the watch. Side or back? I forget which now. I liked it a lot more. I think it was the best one that I've used. Let's see. What was the... I'm trying to think. There was something else that I nagged about with... Oh, that's going to bug me. There was something I complained about with the Fossil Gen 6, and I don't remember now. But... Oh, that's really going to bug me. Something about the charger I complained about, and now I can't think of what. Okay. I remember what it was. I complained that the charger had a built-in cable. I hate when watch chargers have built-in cables. Because if anything happens to the cable while you're traveling or something like that, you can't charge your watch. LG was doing watch charging pucks that had USB-C, you know, in this part. Here's the chart. Oh, that's not in view. Let's transition. You know, I've got this plugged in, so I don't want to pull it too far. But yeah, charging puck, but it has a permanent fixed cable. I hate this. Because travel with it, this cable gets damaged at all. Any little thing happens to this cable at either end of the cable, good luck. You have to order a new, probably what, $25, $30, $40, whatever, charging cable. Screw that noise. That's terrible. Absolutely unacceptable in my opinion. So I'm an adamant fan of LG just for the little bit of a fact that they did at one point in time, and I think through all the watches that they made, they had removable cables, and a few others did too. Oh, the watch I showed with the metal band. Yeah, this is the most hated watch that the internet ever had. This was actually the one that I'm showing in this article with this picture. It's this watch here that has the silicone strap, but I replaced the silicone strap, of course, with the mesh band. God, I hate the new thing there. Anyway, yeah, this is the watch with physical hands. It was the first Android Wear hybrid watch, and people hated this thing. Because the physical hands got in the way, or so they felt. I loved it. There's a reason why I'm still wearing this watch today. Well, technically, I was wearing it up until I got the Fossil Gen 6. I've been trying to wear the Fossil Gen 6 because it's a review unit. I don't like it. It's okay, but I don't like it. I like having the physical hands. Yeah. Also, here's the charging puck. That's a removable cable right there. You can pull it out and put in a different cable. A longer cable. If you damage this cable, you can replace this cable. Whatever. I am furious at everyone for having done this wrong. LG did it right. There was one other company that did it right. Like, come on. Everyone, please do this right. It's not that hard. Anyway. Let's see. I did way more work for this watch than I did the rest. But yeah, everyone hated it because of this. The physical hands that are in the way of notifications and other stuff. You could press buttons to make the screen move and the hands go to the center. It was a thing. It was a mediocre decision. It wasn't great, but it was a thing. You know, it's a small detail, but looking back at this, I'm really amazed that I don't think I got any people commenting or complaining that I needed to cut my nails. I don't think there's really that bad in this, but internet commenters, man, they will grab hold of anything. If your nails are even the slightest bit long, holy crap, they'll give you hell. I remember when one of the first watch reviews came out, commenters ragged on one of the reviewers, not at AP, I think it was on Android Central. One of the reviewers, he had kind of hairy arms. Like, they were a little hairier than maybe normal. And people ragged on it, like, hard. Absolutely, like, shamed the guy over having kind of hairy arms. And then some other reviewer chose to shave his arm to do a watch review. Which is like, why? That was ridiculous too. And I say it's ridiculous in the sense of I sympathize with the fact anyone felt like they needed to do that. Okay, now how do I get this? All right, I'll just put this watch. Oh, wait, that's right. I did pull the charger forward. Okay. Reattaching that to the charger because it needs to be there. Beast Item, you hate that the charger for the Galaxy Watches has a USB-A on the end and not Type-C. By the way, the Fossil Gen 6, USB-A. And yeah, that's the only reason you carry that type of brick anymore. Yes, this is exactly it. I hate this. Deep, passionate hatred for the fact that the three biggest smartwatch makers, the three biggest smartwatch makers all insist on having USB-A fixed cables. Why? I don't have USB-A. I mean, I still have stuff that uses USB-A, but not much. Do I need to, like, fumigate this place or something? Why is there fucking shit flying around? Anyway, yeah. I swear they're getting thicker. Where are they coming from, damn it? Anyway, yeah. Get rid of USB-A, please. Like, don't get me wrong. I still think that the people whine too much about USB-A versus USB-C. But when it comes down to it, don't give me an accessory today that forces me to keep USB-A stuff around. That is dumb. Let me replace I mean, this, very notably. Okay, so this LG Watch W7. So, here's the charger. Here's the charging puck. I don't know if that's focusing. I can't quite tell, but you probably can't tell. Let's try to tilt it into the light. That's USB-C. Now, I remember very clearly this came with a USB-A cable. USB-A to USB-C. That's the cable that came with this watch. You know what I have plugged in now? USB-C to USB-C. Because I can. I can. I could change it to anything. If I, not that there are a whole lot of options that are standard, but I could plug in anything to USB-C and it's going to work with this. Problem solved. I can do that because LG wasn't stupid. I'm sorry, but this is a case of someone made a Apple, Samsung, and Fossil. They're all being awful. They can fix this. This is an e-waste argument. This is a convenience argument. This is a style choice argument. This is convenience. This is safety. I think I said convenience twice, but it is. This is a safety issue to a minor, like you can stretch it into one level. Give us interchangeable ports, or not ports, but give us a port where you can change the cable. That's it. It's not a big ask. The only thing that makes Apple Watches kind of okay is the fact that you can charge them wirelessly. So at least their thing sucks less because you can go get a wireless charger that may have an interchangeable cable or not a stupid port situation. Or sorry, that will have a port, but it won't be stupid about a fixed cable. Like at least Apple, because of its accessory ecosystem, it's better. Like that is usable. Let's see. You upgrade often. You like that the tachometer is on the spinning dial. Okay. But yeah, anyway, so man, I did not think I'd be ranting about watches at this stage. But yeah, this remains my biggest, heaviest pet peeve when it comes to the smartwatch industry. I'm sure I have other complaints and issues with the smartwatch industry, but that is a solid one. Yeah. Shot of your power brick, and yep, that's the USB-A cable, just because, or port, rather. Yeah, I don't get me wrong, like, I already need to keep USB-A ports around. Like, I can't completely eliminate them, no matter how much I would want to. And I'm okay with that. Like, like I said, I'm not a stickler about, I need to get rid of USB-C. Like, there have now been 3 Android Police writers. A couple of them are recent, so I'm not totally objecting to the more recent ones. But there was one who did this like 2 years ago, or maybe it was 3 years ago, declared he was going to destroy USB-A in his house. He would have no more USB-A. Everything had to be USB-C or it should burn. He ended up failing. I forget why or how, but he ended up failing. And honestly, a part of me laughed so hard because he was a dick about it. He actually like talked shit about people for using USB-A at all, which was, that was just tasteless. That's tacky. It's a bad behavior. But, you know, I understand some people now want to get rid of it. That's fine. I'm still of the opinion that I don't care about certain things coming with a dedicated cable. Like your TV dongle. If you have a TV dongle that uses micro USB, who cares? Go ahead, ship your TV dongle with micro USB. I don't think it matters. Though at this point, just for the e-waste argument, I think it would be better if you shipped with USB-C, because then when your TV dongle gets retired, you can still reuse your power cable. I think that's a reasonable argument. But everything else, yeah, hey, some things, it's kind of okay if it just comes with a custom permanent whatever thing. All right, I think I got one of them. And let's see, even a TV would have, yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, had to reread a couple of those comments just to make sure I followed them. But yeah, I get the incentive to some extent of wanting to switch stuff over to USB-C, because it does make it easier to just kind of own a set of cables and use them interchangeably across a few devices. I'm also not going to yell and scream when some accessory comes with a USB-A port in certain cases. I get it. But at this point, even I'm sitting here thinking, you know, I look across stuff and it's like, yeah, here are a handful of things. I really would just like it if they were USB-C, because I have 3 laptops in this room. Granted, one of them can't turn on anymore, but I have 3 laptops in this room that only have USB-C ports. Honestly, I have a question. Okay, this, by the way, is how I'm ending the show. iPhone charging cable. I still want an explanation for this. Oh, wait. What cable ships in the box with an iPhone these days is actually what I'm looking for. Sure, we'll just go with the Pro. What's in the box? Oh, they do ship. Okay, it's USB-C to Lightning now. When did this change? Does anyone know? Because for years, this was one of my biggest laughing points. They were shipping USB-A to Lightning cables when nothing else in Apple's product lineup was USB-A. Nothing else. If you bought any of the Macs, any of them, MacBook Pro, MacBook Air, MacBook, the iMac, I think the only exception was the Mac Pro for a while. I believe now all the Mac Pros have USB-C, but for a while, that may have been the one exception. Anyway, all the Macs shipped with only USB-C ports. The iPhone ships with a cable that plugs into USB-A. It did. Now it doesn't. Yay for them. They caught on. But you couldn't find a product anywhere in Apple's lineup that had a USB-A port anymore, but they were shipping iPhones with USB-A cables. That was some stupid crap. Sorry, that was stupid. I don't know if I got something, but I thought I did. Little tiny bastards, why are they coming in here? Okay, anyway. The Apple Watch charger isn't any different than the Samsung Watch charger. Both use standard Qi. You have a wireless trio that will charge everything, but don't really use wireless on phones. I don't use wireless charging very often either, but that's more of a choice to not use any wireless charging, because better for battery life. And I keep my phones for a long time, so I do care about trying to keep their batteries functional a little bit longer. But yeah, if you're changing phones reasonably often, and I know you do, yeah, you don't need to care about that. It's kind of a non-issue. Yeah, so anyway, let's see, it is, well, okay, wait, so your daughter's Galaxy Chromebook Go arrived, and you really like it, kind of want one? Okay, yep. Always open and set up her gifts, so they work out of the box. Yeah, I actually do that too when I can, to some extent. Or I try to be with somebody when I open, or when they open the box. With some exceptions. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do that to everyone, but, you know, it makes sense to do it for your daughter for sure. Alright, anyway, so it is Type-C to Lightning on all of them. Yeah. No, it's definitely Type-C now. So Apple did come around. I'm not gonna fault them for that. At least they got there. But it did take a long time. Alright, anyway, I think there's a chance B-Slide may actually be a little bit behind the current stream, but oh, okay. Now you're answering. On the 11 series, the Pros came with a Type-C brick. The regular just came with a cable? Really? That seems weird. But hey, at least they did. So that was 2 years ago. That's still so long after they started selling Macs that were only Type-C. That was what, 2014? Original Mac with Type-C. Okay, it was the MacBook that came out in 2015. I knew it was the original MacBook, but I wasn't sure if it was 2015. So, yeah, they started shipping in 2015. They converted everything to USB-C, I think by the beginning of the following year, except for the Air. I guess the Air was the exception to this, which the Air was famously their best-selling model. Oh, I don't want to go to the trouble of looking up which Air, or what year the Air abandoned Type A. Still, there had to have been at least like a, what, 2-year, maybe 3-year gap between when they no longer sold anything with Type A and when they finally stopped selling phones with Type A cables in the box. There's a 2 to 3 year gap. That's still too far. That's weird for Apple even. But yeah, anyway, so it is 7 o'clock. I've been going for a while. 4.5 hours, I think. Almost 5. Well, I guess late start contributed to it, but yeah, almost. I've been going 4.5 hours. So yeah, I think it is a good time to close up and be done. This has been a good rant session. So with that, thanks everyone for joining, coming out, hanging out, being part of the conversation. As usual, if you'd like to contribute anything to the channel, there's a link to Patreon and Streamlabs below. I promise I will be changing that Streamlabs to a PayPal link somewhere in the not too distant future. And who knows, maybe in the slightly more distant future, a Discord link. That would be kind of awesome. Maybe, possibly, we'll find out. But with that, I hope everyone has an awesome night, what is left of it for you. I will be back this weekend for a game stream and probably a photo edit stream, maybe video edit stream. We'll see. Kind of depends on what I can get done in the next couple of days. I should also have the Razer Hammerheads review coming out somewhere in the next few days. I'm not the one who chooses when it's scheduled, so it is what it is. And trying to think, and as usual, I will see you all in Discord. So have a wonderful rest of your nights. I will talk to you all soon. Good night, everybody.